I'm really, really tired of being patient. Hey, if you won't give it to me, I'ma take it. Take it. If you won't give it to me, I'ma take it. Take it. If you won't give it to me, I'ma take it. What if they never told you that the world wasn't round? Would you flip it over? You playing poker with the Joker, boy, let's keep it kosher. Yeah, mama, your son finna go supernova. Keep your focus, really, I just might spaz out in this place. Got that war paint on my face. Just been running around in this race, feels like I've been running in place. Now I got hella
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, gamers of all ages and ranks. Welcome on back to the Nexus Valorant Rival Series number 3. Right now, my name is AriCast here with Nerds. Nerds, give us a shout.
Woo!
Well, that is a shout. And today,
I mean, you wanted a shout, so I mean,
yeah.
I'm gonna give it to you, right? You gotta. Should I give you that one? Let me see your war
sure.
face. Yeah, but shouts and shoutcasters, right? That's what they call us. We gotta yell, we gotta yap.
Oh, true.
True. But enough with the chit chat. We're gonna be getting straight to the action, right? Straight into it.
Yeah. We got Luminescent Sapphire and Lucky 7, two really, really solid teams who have had some pretty good results so far within this tournament. I mean, one of them at rank 2, the other at rank 5 right now in terms of the standings, which you can see on your screen right now. Lucky 7 just shy off of that first place, but I mean, that is due to map differential because of a few forfeits, and they're trying to make sure that stays a 10-0, 10-0 tie up at the top there, securing themselves that win into the final stage. Making that top 6 is the most important that you can have.
Yep. I mean, as long as they maintain that, it would be really hype, especially throughout the day here. But consider actually, right, we're gonna have a treat for everyone because TSG and Lucky 7 are gonna play later on. So number 1, number 2 right now, and hopefully Lucky 7 can stay in that number 2 spot as they play out. Because looking at Eternal Focus Crimson, they are 1 win away from potentially, especially if they have a really solid round differential, from taking that second spot. Considering that they're currently 8-1 with only 1 loss, if it becomes 9-1 with a solid differential, and if Lucky 7 goes 9-1 themselves, realistically they can snatch that up. But it's going to be a matter of how this plays out against Lucky 7 versus Luminescent Sapphire, who themselves are currently, like you mentioned, in 5th place. They are currently 8 games played, 7-1 on the scoreline. But we're going to be going, I think we're going into it. Oh, there's a little bit of a graphic there. 50-50 for the social poll. So people have faith in both these teams. We got fans in the audience on both ends. I love to see that when teams are kind of like, divided. It's going to create some fun banter between them, and we really get to kind of try and have like no holds bar. But the thing is, on the casting desk, I believe me and you commentated over Lucky 7 at some point. I think individually, not together, but I remember commentating over Lucky 7 in a previous tournament, and I believe you did as well. So not to bias them too much, we're going to get straight into the action though. Current map Lotus, and the picks are already out.
Well, yeah, I've actually been able to see both of these teams. I do believe I've cast over both of them, so that kind of gives us a little bit of an insight there. But of course, these rosters have shifted, they've changed, so has the meta. And as you can see, the hovers. We'll touch on that meta in a second if it gets locked in. I'm not going to say anything because I would like a normal game of Valorant 5-on-5 util. And yeah, it is!
I've never been so happy for a mirror comp in my life. And that's what it's going to be. It's literally a mirror comp. It's literally the exact same comp, copy and pasted for both sides. But that's fine, because at least it's not ISO neon mirror comp, and we don't get to see some absolute chaos. So as we get into Lotus, as we're going to be getting into the action, I expect it to be pretty bog standard Lotus.
Yeah, I mean, there's no Gecko to play necessarily that C flash or the
That's
Gecko
fine.
breach, but like, yeah, it's
This
Fade
is a normal
raised.
comp for it.
Yeah.
You got Fade to break into sights. You got, Fade raise combos. You got the KJ to lock down. Double controllers, very fun on this map.
Yeah, double controller, I mean, it's now the way that these teams were supposed to play it in terms of the previous patch. Now they are agreeing to stick with it here. So you have that slower play style going to be a little bit better for that defensive side, right? Trying to funnel in that pressure towards one side or the other. Most likely the one with your Sentinel to try and fry down as much damage as possible. But as we get into round number 1, I mean, the pistol might tell it all in terms of the whole series. Might be getting a little bit ahead of myself, but sometimes it can feel like it.
I get ahead of the game as always, but you know what? It is. I feel like the pistol round, like winning both pistols, truly secures you in a series. So I don't even disagree. Statistically, that is kind of like a huge marker for how successful a team is going to play. And look at this, Lucky Seven's already on site. They play really aggressively. They get traded out though. Luminescent Sapphire winning it out just barely. It does get brought back by Lucky Seven. And look at the players that are still alive. For Luminescent Sapphire, they're retaking with a Initiator Duelist combo, so they should have at least some firepower in terms of a paint shell or some utility to counter it. Information gained, and the taps come through for Yeti as they spot players out. It's going to be a back and forth with the Haunts as they tag up some players. Trey, I mean, their position has been spotted, so they have at least a read or an inkling. It's going to get peeked. Shots are there. Ooh, Trey can win this, and they lock it, clutch it back up. Trey winning the first with a 3-piece, and honestly, Luminescent knew the position of Trey. It's just the timing on those peaks was a little rough.
Yeah. I mean, it is a pistol round, right? It is no util really in the picture. And so there is a big gamble of swinging together because the Ghost, it's got a pretty high fire rate, right? 2 taps from it and you're both dead. That's the round donated on over. But still, I mean, a big clutch coming out in that first round for Lucky Seven. And honestly, it seems like they're going to run with it. I feel like they always love playing from attack from what I've seen previously. From above in terms of the round count, I think they're going to be happy with that result.
Oh, a high-low being played and one out by Luminescent. Hey, good for them. I mean, an eco play has been working out. This eco is working so well for Sapphire. They find the picks. Zinx picking up Sana as the first. The paranoia up close, but the damage is done. Lucky Seven needs to even the score because normally this is the round Lucky Seven should just be dominating on. But we see them kind of, get into a number deficit before and win out in the end. Considering that they have better weaponry, I won't be surprised if they can contend with the side of Sapphire. But for Luminescent, they have the Sheriffs. They should have picked up some weapons, and they might be going into this fairly strong. The position from Prestige also lends itself, but it's going to get spotted. That's the Guardian picked up from earlier. Zinx now in an impossible situation. It's lost. Now, I mean, there's always a joke of like, oh, casters don't get hype for the pistol rounds or for the anti-ecos, but this is an anti-eco worth getting excited about. Luminescent Sapphire breaks through the traditional start of Valorant.
All right. I mean, anything that can differ from what you expect is always good for the team that's maybe not considered to be the favorite, right? Luminescent Sapphire, they're considerably lower in the standings, right? Not too far, still in a great place, but they are, on paper, supposed to lose this game just of how well Lucky Seven have been playing. So to pull this one off, shake everything up and say, hey, this is a defense round on Lotus that we have managed to pick up a thrifty round win. That's going to show a lot of potential for this team to adapt on the fly.
Luminescent Sapphire, off of that could realistically carry the next part of this game, and at least the beginning part of this half in their favor. We already see an Outlaw to kind of force this eco onto Lucky Seven to become that much more deadly. They default, right? They're just trying to find some early info, and Lucky Seven, they're getting at least some of it.
Yeah, faking the aggression towards C to at least maybe fake and execute something of that sort to draw those rotates over. But as soon as people don't push in, you have the push out from A main. Repetition will pick up one over towards that A side. The Outlaw striking heavy damage like you mentioned, but Zinx Now realizing that the time is now to push on in, the only chance they have to convert on it, and it just won't go that well for them. Prestige, although finding one, still has a 3v4 in their hands, and nothing but sheriffs. The time running a little bit lower, and that bomb kind of in no man's land, right? Everyone could just stare at it, protect it. Yeti picking up one, knock with one, but seems like the 3v1 is still doable.
They have a showstopper.
Left.
Back-to-back thrifties?
Could be. But right now, I mean, it's 1v2. And Zinx, right? They have a showstopper. They have, I feel like if they find this, there's potential, but now Yeti's gonna lock it down. Luminous and Sapphire lost too many players there to really feel secure. They do get some upgrades, but looking at the economy here, yippee, perfect timing. Just looking at the economy, right? It's not going to be super steamrolly in Luminescence's favor, which is what you want when you win that second round, is you start building on that, but they don't have that here.
Yeah, it's a little interesting. I mean, you did see an outlaw from repetition, so a little bit of cred saved in terms of, okay, you're expecting probably that player to go down because you're not going to have an outlaw in a full buy round with everyone having full shields, but now a different tail, different weapon, but repetition will fall.
I mean, you know, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. Zinc's gonna come find you. I mean, we repeat, we start the showstopper, gonna Rosa, but it's all right. It's a nice little bouquet at their feet, considering that they get this plant, so they get a little bit of a consolation. And Luminescent, they're down a player for this retake, and they're down some weaponry. They attack up on Zinx, already postured up for Waterfall to try and prevent the players from pushing in, along with the Paranoia. This post-plant setup is going to ensure that Lucky 7 should lock down this early kind of push from Luminescent Sapphire. Now are stuck between many rocks and many hard places. They're just all going down as fast as it starts, but Knock just barely keeping it alive till the very end, does the damage that I think Luminescent Sapphire could use. I say I think because they do the damage, but at the end of the day, that damage, they still have a lot of economy. Like, it's not like it's completely over. It seems like the boat's been rocking either way.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, that round is a gun round. Like, everyone bought up, they forced up, everyone... It's going shambles to your economy if you lose that one, and sure, you got a little bit something to scrape the barrel for some sheriffs here, but you're not going to fully commit into this one. Luminescent Sapphire, though, they've converted on one thrifty before. The question is, can they do it again? I mean, you know this Killjoy...
huge here.
Well, I was going to say, you know, the Killjoy turret's on B. You know, what is your workaround for that, right?
You can't go huge. Then you have to either go through, what is it, breakable, doggy door, whatever you want to call it. You have to at least go through there to try and take the fight. Zinc's swapping that off. Not a Bogdan law, but at least it's something like that. If any Counter-Strike players are here, they know what I'm talking about. If not, it's all good. It's just going to be for entry, right? To try and get that raise active as fast as possible. Noe. Wait now towards the long angle. I like this pinch from Luminescent Sapphire. It's a very possible... yeah, it's very possible for them to win it out, honestly. If they can get the first picks here and surprise KJ. Ooh. They can't do that now.
I like the plan. Close the gap, but there's a collat from the op. The op paying off in Trey's hands, and now one player left on this flank, two remaining towards that site, but you're not going to win those fights. It's just you don't have the numbers. The shots not looking good either. Yeah, it's looking like a chance to maybe Dynabomb, do as much damage as you can, but you don't even have the chance to pull your gun out. Yeti, maybe with the Ninja Defuse? No,
I mean, there's no one there. It's planted for long? Oh, okay, Prestige is there. Prestige is going to go down. But hey, that's a small price to pay to not get, you know, Ninja Defused out of the blue.
And for a fun little fact for those of you that don't know, so Nerds and I were actually watching a game the other day, and there was a defuse that happened at, I kid you not, 0.00 seconds left.
How is that possible?
So when people try to ninja defuse, it's more possible than you think. You have that.
I've never, I don't know. And this is a question for anyone in chat, production, anyway. Have you ever seen a defuse at zero, like the scoreline is 0-0:00? It's nothing. It's like, how? Jokes aside, I mean, it's going to be a fast push towards B. We can keep yapping about zeros, but these guys need to pick up some numbers if they want to try and thrive. Luminescent Sapphire prepared for this retake. Repetition's there. You know, playing with the Phantom, repeating their shots. They need to get 2 headshots if they want to lock it in at long range. Zinx gets another, gets a second on the board. Actually, onto Repetition as well. Finds the 3, and it's going to crumble as fast. Doesn't get the 4-piece, but they get the 4th round, and Lucky 7 is looking pretty good.
They're looking solid. I mean, I do think that is up to Luminescent Sapphire a bit, looking a little bit weaker, right? Obviously, a combination of both. It just feels like that time they were just kind of playing back on B. The game plan wasn't really clear. On a map like Lotus on defense, right? You have to get proactive, or you have to have a decision at the start of the round to take either C main or A main, or at least have some sort of trap play when it does happen. And you lose all that space, you just don't know where the hit's coming through. You have to play retake on B, and while sure that is good, it seemed like the fights got a little bit too isolated.
Yeah. Oh, Viper's Pit, classic towards C to contest the space. It's going to be spammed through. I like how Viper for Luminescent Sapphire is playing a little bit further into the site to try and just contest it with the smoke rather than specifically with their body and their presence, that they don't want to die. Because Luminescent Sapphire, they need to try and take advantage of this pressure and funnel them towards this A. As you can see, we have Raze and Omen kind of prepared for it. It's surprising though, right? Like if you have a setup like that with Viper, normally you'd stack A site or stack B site to try and play off of it, so then you don't have to pressure anything towards C. But instead, it's going to be drawn to rotate now. The B hit comes through.
The B hit, but there's always potential to pivot to A here, depending on resistance. But looks like they're pivoting to C here.
Again,
at least just
it's like
stalling.
I mean, I think right now they're just trying to see what they can get. Right, see if they can kind of mess with the heads of Luminescent Sapphire. Prestige also has their TP. They're gonna go right into Tree, and it's gonna be for free and up close towards Breakable. Trey has the positioning found onto Repetition. That's the first after a solid like minute 30. We finally get some picks. It gets traded and gets out. Prestige gonna go for that plant. They need to, considering that the time is low. But look at the post plant setup for Lucky 7. It's not going to be congruent. Like, sure, they're going to be playing from Tree, but they don't have a lot of crossfires. They can't play off of Prestige. Prestige is in a one and done spot here. As soon as they get a pick, they have to TP out. The Nightfall comes through. Good on Prestige for not being caught of it. Looking for the timing, catches it onto 1. There's that attacker locked down to prevent them from pushing in. Prestige grabs 2. The numbers advantage going back in Lucky 7's favor. On the flip side, we got to see Sapphire taking out some crucial picks. And now 1 gets detained. That's gonna be huge. Now they know the positioning of these players. They know that there's someone, you know, just out in the circle. And now they know that they're gonna be towards the backside, not picking up that op. I mean, I don't know. Lucky 7 has been I don't know, they had to have an attack op. So I'm surprised that they didn't go for the pickup. Yeah, because I believe it was Prestige, right? Raze. It was Trey. I'm being told by the production Trey. It was Raze that had the attack op at the beginning, right?
Yeah, they had I think that was an operator
Lotus,
that
favorite
Repetition
Lotus.
had.
I love how Lotus looks this time of year.
I'm confused.
It was Breeze and then Bind, and then now it's back to Lotus. Timeout coming out here again. I believe it's for the side of Luminescent Sapphire. It would make sense, right? They're the ones who are kind of struggling right now to pick up something to kind of corroborate their teammates together. Maybe talking a little bit about their comms issues, because they had the potential to win that. But then, you know, Raze got caught off by the lockdown. They didn't break the lockdown. No one cleared towards drop. There was a couple of like small issues. They had 3 players, so someone should have held drop until they hard cleared it, and they just didn't. Right? So, and that kind of small thing. Yeah.
Birds, I have to jump in. During this timeout, by the way, I know you can't see it because you're looking at a different thing than I am. But in all chat, who was it? It was Repetition actually typed, "Hey, Romani, set up A." In all chat.
Oh, huh?
And that was by far an accident for sure. But oh.
They're baiting him out right now. Is this the kind of mind games here? Look at Romani. Look at where Romani set up. They set up towards A. I mean, they're going towards A. I guess it was some mind games here. Oh, Repetition not finding the first. Zink's gonna pick it up. And at this point, worked out for them. I mean, they're going to fall back. It's pretty chill. Sapphire already down a player. There's Romani. Noah's spotting him out. Is going to be like, okay, well, now we know the position of Romani. Romani also has their ultimate, so it's not going to be too bad that they're here towards A, but they also have lackluster weaponry, so I doubt that they're going to be able to lock this down. Interesting. Viper's Pits on an eco. Romani can have a timing? What? I thought they could spot each other out. Trey. Oh no, Zink's getting spotted pretty early. They try to recover the weapon, but it's not going to be found. Instead, it's going to go down. Luminescent Sapphire with only 3 players as they try to retake on the Sheriff on the eco. Maybe a ninja defuse? No. Knock is not going to be able to get out of it. Trey is just going to be spamming it through. They're holding off in this position. Trey spots out, and Noe takes advantage of it. They collapse onto the final players, and Lucky 7 continue their steamroll. I mean, it was a timeout for the side of Luminescent Sapphire, right? But it was their eco, so I feel like this is the true round. They should change up some of their strats.
Yeah, it was an eco, but like still, I feel like that round was semi-winnable. I guess they didn't want to invest the lockdown because they thought, okay, we'll probably just lose the fights because they have better guns. But like, I feel like there is a world where you invest that lockdown, maybe back sight, you force the defenders to push out of the pit because of where the pit is. Then you gain sight for yourself. I guess maybe it was just based off the plant spot planted for that main area anyways, and that's the final straw for why they didn't pop it.
Oh, Lucky 7 out here. They have Ruby Salt ultimate. Zink's gonna pop the showstopper to try and find one. It's gonna be Noe. Noe's stealing the kill. No, Noe stole the kill. I'm not gonna even call her Rosa because they had the kind of lock onto the player. It just was kind of, you know, you got to get the kill, right? You got to just go and shoot as fast as you can. Look at this crossfire set up, though, from Luminescent Sapphire. Could be huge if spotted. I mean, realistically, right? They could double peek this, you know, 2 players peek it. But it's going to be a blender regardless. They're getting a little confused. Knock almost losing Fate, but they peek out a little too wide. They could have held it. Oh, they tried to play it together, but it didn't work out. Lucky 7 being just a touch more patient there. Yeti holding the angle. Jump shots. Oh my god, that would have been a story to tell. Noah catching a timing onto Roman, and now it's just going to be up to Yeti to try and bring it back. They don't find it. Lucky 7 find the 7th, and it feels like if they find the 7th first, it's like sort of an omen of what's to come.
Sure, we'll go with that.
I mean,
yeah.
7.
I'll go for a statistical analysis of this. 7 is more than halfway to winning, so that's where we'll take the 7 from.
Interesting.
Right? We'll take that. We'll take that.
I never knew that.
Well, you're the nerd. You're supposed to know that. No?
I never knew that 7 was halfway to winning. Wow.
Toxins going up.
Actually, it's 6.5. Anyway, yeah, I was just mainly saying the fact that Lucky 7's been on a roll, and it seems like Luminescent Sapphire not able to find too much. The 2 rounds that they won were the rounds that I think they thrifted on the pistol and on the eco, and then they managed to win up their buy round where Lucky 7 had lackluster weaponry, but they haven't been able to pick up a rifle round after that, and so that's the true kind of kicker for Lucky 7 for Luminescent.
Wait, 3 picks going away of Luminescent. 4? Make that 4. Sure, you got the bomb down, but no way. Has to get all 5. There's the first 2. But that's unfortunately, for their sake, all you're going to get. A great round. And again, is this a thrifty that's been 2 out of the 3 rounds for Luminescent Sapphire? Is that really what we're looking at here?
I mean, they win a thrifty. I'm kind of like jaw agape right now. Right? Like, my mouth is out, like, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to say. Like, that's crazy to me. Because
I don't think that's how they drew it up in their timeout. To get a thrifty.
Okay. Anyway, my biggest thing here is the fact that Lucky 7 is now... They got thrifty. They still have an economy. This will be a rifle round. Hopefully Luminescent can take some of that firepower, not only because they played together, like grouped up really well, but also just continue having that confidence that they had to to just get the shots done. Because realistically, the only thing Luminescent did different against Lucky 7 was they played together. They played more coordinated. Like right now, Yeti's kind of out here alone and gets caught off guard. The swing's a little too late, and they go straight into a trap that Lucky 7 set for them. Now repetition goes down as well, and as soon as they kind of felt like it went one by one. They're not peaking they're peaking in an order, right? It's like a line rather than a immediate swing after. And also not being supported with utility, right? They're peeking into potentially an unknown amount of players, and sure, having that confidence is important, but at this point it's going to be rather difficult. They do find one, and the ultimate is placed, so they're not out of the race just yet.
Yeah, it's still planning for main.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the counter for the KJ lockdown, ain't it? Ooh, 2 more found. I mean, 1v2, it's very winnable. The problem is Lucky 7 has ults of their own. Gonna try and fake that, tap that bomb. They're just doing that, like, the jump. They're gonna get the half, most definitely here. Get stuck with the tether and get spotted out. I mean, even though they had a kind of a rough sort of, you know, thrifty round, Lucky 7 still managed to bounce back.
Yeah, I mean, they get thrifted, but they're still pulling on through. I mean, Lucky 7, it just feels like this is default attack side on Lotus. It feels like they're playing fundamentals, and there really hasn't been a challenge from Luminescent Sapphire. Like, sure, they get lucky on the shots one round here or there, but there's nothing that's really like, wow, we need to change up what we're doing. It's just sometimes you get a little bit unlucky with the timings of the battle.
Yeah. The biggest thing here for the side of Luminescent is they want to try and get 8-4, so they have some dominance going into this. Off shots missed, and Roman goes down. Trey to be found. I mean, at this point, Lucky 7, they have, I mean, they have a lot of momentum going into it, so they should be very comfortable. The Nightfall is going to give them even more pressure and even more confidence to go towards this A site. Which, I'm not gonna lie, their hits towards A and C have been super consistent and super clear, right? Like, at least in this later half. And once they hit, they don't really fake, they don't really do too much. They've just been winning on the fights. Since they pick up knock and fade v fade battle, holding off that flank. No, I mean, Sapphire finally finds a pick. I was gonna say, they haven't found a pick at all to lock in this 9-3. And Lucky 7, I mean, they're doing good. It's an attack-sided map, you can even argue, but I feel like it's even more so execute-sided, where it's like the retakes. They won 1 round for retake, and they actually won 2 rounds for retake for the side of Luminous and Sapphire. Both of their ecos they won on a retake. So I'm like, maybe play a retake. I feel like it's a very broad thing to say. More specifically, play more coordinated when you take space.
Yeah, I mean, new half, right? New sort of play style that you have to run with. And I think for Luminescent Sapphire, just win the pistol round, right? Focus on that. Focus on your gunplay specifically in this round, and by that, just peek off util. Basic fundamentals. Peek off a flash. Peek off, your duelist entrying. Make that space. Then you can extend towards CT or whatever after your sight hit, because, looking at this right now, it seems to be B.
Cover going out.
Yeah, I mean, they can rush into B, try and get a lot of space super early on. Nope, they're gonna fake it. Okay. The Luminescent Sapphire having some sort of good set strategies. Lucky 7 on the flip side, though, they're prepared for it. I don't know if that's like a pistol round call that they had, or just like an execute that they've practiced in scrims, but it works out for them. Prestige picking up another on Lucky 7. Sapphire yet to bite back, but it could be here for Roman as they push in. Sheriff in hand. Slowly working their way up. Prestige gets spotted, but look at that swing, almost immediate. It's not even a question in their eyes. Sync's gonna finish it off near the end, and Lucky 7 dismantle Luminescent Sapphire.
I do not like that call whatsoever. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but it felt like that timing, right, that you took. Well, hey, we're gonna go through B and try and play there. That Killjoy most likely is on C anyway, right? So you're still gonna have to run into the Killjoy. And the fact that they didn't give enough time for those defenders to rotate, for the Killjoy to really bite at that fake before that door was open, just kind of let everybody sit where it was at. If anything, they pulled the defenders off of A, and that's something that they should have realized a little bit better. You know, maybe you fake that raise towards V and then push up towards A. But now a new round.
He found the first. Okay, so you know they have won these ecos. They have been pretty okay with them. So you can't discredit them just yet, but the numbers are even. Prestige found 3. As soon as I gave them credence and a word, finds the ace. I mean, it's an eco ace, so you gotta give it some credit though. 11-3 on the board, and Lucky 7 continues their dominance.
Yeah, eco ace, but at the same time, look how much weaponry you actually get to keep for your side, right? There wasn't the biggest of force ups for Lucky 7. They do have 2 Spectres here, a Bulldog, and you know, maybe 2 guns to be determined or something of that sort. But still, you are forcing a timeout because this is a round that is must win for Luminescent Sapphire. They can't lose it. Otherwise, 12-3. I mean, I guess the thrifty, you make it 3 out of 4 rounds that you've thriftied, you win. Like, that would be ridiculous. So I think Luminescent Sapphire here are thinking in this timeout, okay, let's just default, let them make the mistakes because we haven't really challenged them so far to try and push up and make a play on defense, right? Attackers have the advantage. It's Lotus. Make sure we can harness that advantage, as so many teams have been with this map being out for what feels like forever.
I mean, yeah, like it makes sense. Realistically, I mean, Lotus is one of those maps that it's really, any 3-set map is just like, if you can execute into space really well and well coordinated, it's what matters. It's the first game of the day, so I don't want to give like too much pressure onto them, but Luminescent Sapphire, I mean, I said this at the beginning, you know? Like, they have a hard time playing together.
Well, this is their only game of the day, if I'm not mistaken, for Luminescent Sapphire. So,
oh, wow, okay.
Yeah, there's no real time to like warm up or anything. This is it, I'm pretty sure, right? These are best of ones, so it doesn't matter if you're trying to get slow on into it. Like, you gotta win this game if you want to stick up there in the standings, try and, you know, advance up a few seeds against somebody maybe a bit higher than you.
You would hope so, right? You want it to be that way, but Luminescent Sapphire just, I mean, they're currently on a, I believe they just forced up because it's like, if they can't win this, they can't win this. It's their bonus, so they should be winning this. But realistically, right? They win this, they'll become 4-11. They have to bounce back so many rounds through and through. Zinx has a great position onto them, but thankfully they're not going to go down. I mean, just the pressure that Luminescent Sapphire is going to have. As long as they don't crumble on it, I feel like they can kind of pull this back into a more competitive scoreline.
But here's already the difference for Lucky 7, right? They're recognizing, okay, flanking is not going to be ideal here because if we come from multiple different angles, not going to go well for us with our weapon disadvantage. They're all going to opt to go flood through the same angle, try and get the trades, and right now, you see at least one coming through. That Bulldog
Prestige
doing some solid damage, and now a 3v2 in favor of the defenders. The tap on the bomb, forcing out somebody to have to make a move. And right now, it is just down to Trey, 32 HP. The Guardian shots don't quite land. Spectre does! And the running gun is almost there. One more bullet, they would have had it, but no, repetition drags them across the line.
But look at how much damage was done to Luminescent. They lost 4 players going into this. Lucky 7 is probably excited, ecstatic, and exuberant. I don't know what other adjective I can throw at this this sentence, right? Because the economy, right? The whole point of the 9-3 is that, you know, you start building up that economy early. Right now, they're, you know, they clearly didn't have that economy start early since they lost the pistol in the and they couldn't get the thrifty onto the anti-eco. They did win the buy-up for them. They took away the bonus, and now it's going to be the first rifle round, and they're on half shields. So a tap to the head, a shot to the body, and it's done for Luminescent.
Luminescent really fighting for their lives. You know, you kind of say last round is a must win. Well, this one, guess what? It is as well. You really, yeah, you really need this one. Otherwise, you are stuck in shambles. You're on a force right now. You need to win it, and Suna taking that contact towards A. I can only imagine it's a matter of time before that pick will come on through, and it's not something you want to see, but here's a contact and the stinger.
Ooh, no, that's going to give Zinx a weapon. You don't want to give Zinx a weapon, right? They've been, I don't know if they've been the top frag or what, but for Lucky 7, they've definitely been the dynamic entry. Yeah, I love the production. Yeah, 15-9. Like, that's huge, right? I just have the read, right? Because it's, you know, they're the duelists. You don't want to give the duelist a weapon. Look at the position Zinx has already. They managed to get 2 off of it. They find the 3-piece for the round. And again, That was a huge blunder from the side of Luminescent Sapphire, just losing that weapon because it carries so much momentum. But now it's gonna give him the round. Like that in and of itself will lock it in. Noe is gonna hold this angle. I thought they were gonna be able to get that one. No, Knock picking things back up, managing to thrive in the face of chaos. Prestige whiffing the shots, giving away their position as well. Gonna put Knock on high alert as they take the fight. They don't win the third, unfortunately, and that's gonna lock it in for at least the match point onto Lucky 7.
Yeah, the match point, the map point, and really this whole game, right? It is a best of one. Friendly reminder, you want those 3 points. And for Luminous and Sapphire, you're gonna need 8 straight if you want any chance. Honestly, at this point, repetition, sell the gun. Half of the rounds you've won are off of thrifties anyway. Just buy some sheriffs.
Honestly, yeah. I mean, because in thrifties, they're okay. I swear, it's because in thrifties they're playing together, right? Because in a thrifty, they're pack hunting. They're like glued to each other because they need to get the trades, so they're hyper aware of it. And they're not doing that in the actual game. So, like, they're having a hard time with it. Not to be the bearer of bad news, but you're going to get sprayed down, especially when Sin is not found. They find the third, almost finding the fourth to lock this round in. But I think it says over as it starts. The rose is not found. They just deliver the bouquet of pain to you. And now it's going to be as over as it starts. 4-13, an insane scoreline for Lucky 7 as I don't know if this, you know, catapults them. I wouldn't say catapults. It doesn't like push Lucky 7 into the first seed, but it definitely bumps them up in that round differential because that's basically +7 to Lucky 7. Just did the math right, I hope. No, +9 to Lucky 7. Man, I am so bad at math.
I mean, they still got a bit of ground to make up because I believe they're down like 45 rounds, something shy of that. So it's
Wow.
it's a long while.
45?
Yeah, it's a while. It's gonna be a lot because of the forfeits that True Synergy Gaming have ended up taking out. Which, by the way, they have actually renamed themselves. It's the same players, just a different organization. So if you remember a different team, something like I believe it was Tribe to Greatness, Thrive to Greatness. Excuse me. Yeah, that's them.
Yeah, no, True Synergy Gaming at the top there as well. But no, I mean, the differential is, 78 to 120, 112. So you're right on the money in terms of like the differential is high for True Synergy. But again, right, for Lucky 7, they're going to, they still bump their round differential. It's not going to hurt them in any capacity. And they have played 10 here. So should be good for them.
Yeah, you get this win, you put yourself on 30 points, and I mean, we can do the math for you on break as to how close they are to securing themselves into that final stage, right? There's only so many points that these teams can gain without Lucky 7, like absolutely falling to 7th place somehow. What is that? Losing 12 points made up from that 7th place team. So really, you're in a great spot. It would help you to win maybe your following game today. That's going to be our last game of the day, by the way. True Synergy Gaming and Lucky 7. If you're looking for a showstopper to keep you through this one, the seeds 1 and 2. So make sure to stick around.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Nexus Revival. We are here again. It's going to be me and Ari on the desk with the audio pushing it in here. Team Tofik versus Luminescent Sapphire. We just got to see Luminescent Sapphire play. We're looking at the standings. They've been updated. They're still in 5th, 7-2 on the board. Tofik, on the flip side, they're number 3. So it's going to be another hard matchup for Luminescent Sapphire.
Yeah, once again, I mean, you're just fighting Titan after Titan at this point, and really, you got a tough matchup coming in. Right now, you're still the 5th seed based off of the previous game, but still now just down an extra game, an extra chance. So Team Tofik here, a little bit of a funny story. They, this game won't secure them any sort of, win into that final stage, but still will be very, very solid for them, keep them in the running because 10 games played, 8 wins, still pretty solid showing. Lucky 7, on the other hand, we just saw if they win their next game, they are in, they are done, they are secured themselves into the final stage. It just matters for seeding, but we'll talk more about them later.
Yeah, I mean, seeding is important. Top 6 teams, I believe, going to be moving on. Wow, 100% on the social vote going into Tofik's favor. Seems like a lot of fans are out here for Tofik and a lot of confidence built up into them. I believe if you want to vote, you can go in the chat. There's some sort of link that you can click or some sort of prediction that you can have. But we're going to be getting into the game and it's a cinch. So I'm expecting to see basically the mirror comp that we've been seeing very recently. A lot of the teams playing. Wow. Okay. No, there's a hover onto chamber. I was going to say it's been really interesting to see how it's evolved with the current patch change. Cypher has been swapped for KJ a lot of times, and I have seen a lot of teams mirroring basically the same comp, but Cypher is swapped for KJ. You still have Jet, KJ, Jet, Omen, KO, Sova, but then Cypher is on the flip side, and looks like that's what we're gonna get. Wow. Okay. Well, I mean,
There's potential. Still no locks. 2 Jets. It's a possibility, right? Surely. Maybe they roulette. They're feeling it. They're feeling that much better than the opponent. No, I mean, yeah, I do expect to see the same thing here. 3 Jets, never mind.
yeah.
This
I
is
mean,
this is interesting. I feel like they'd have locked in their comp by now, even though like the trolling might be what they're doing right now. It still seems like they're unsure of who's gonna play who.
I mean, it seems to make. I mean, it makes sense, right? At least for this right now, they very much have like they have a comp. I guess it's gonna be the standard comp. They're not gonna like whip out something crazy here,
Sure.
except for the fact that Cypher is being swapped for KJ. I mean, I like this swap because I personally like Cypher, but at the same time, I get why some people aren't a fan of it. Also, the fact that I remember this team. I believe I commented Tofik last time I was on Nexus. Beefy Broth, beautiful name. Just take a side note because we've seen Luminescent. Just talk a little bit about Tofik. Funny names. I know they're a team with a lot of personality, so I expect them to do pretty good here. But I want Luminescent to kind of bite back, right? It's their chance to really bounce up and try and showcase that why they're the 5th seed.
Right. Yeah. I mean, you're coming off the back of what is, I mean, to put it harshly, they did get stomped, right? The scoreline wasn't in their favor. It wasn't, close, and their success came off of those thrifty rounds. So, what does that mean? They have the potential to win these rounds. They just have to play together, play how they would on those eco rounds, and maybe then you'll start to see a little bit more success time and time again.
I mean, makes sense, right? The team, Tofik, they're a really strong team, but Luminescent Sapphire, we got some notes from the production. I'm pretty sure they're like 15, 16 on rib, something pretty high up there. So they're a top squad in their own way, just having a kind of interesting performance today. Luminescent Sapphire just kind of chilling, not wanting to take the fights, not wanting to play just yet, and it's gonna bite them as Mon's gonna pick up the first towards mid.
Yeah, Yeti already finding a pick, which is good. It is a trade on back, but still, forcing both these teams to reset. The Cypher battle comes in through B main, and it looks like Lumi will be victorious in that sense. But a whole different avenue now has to be the approach for Team Tofik, right? You're going into B site, assuming the Cypher's there. That's something you're going to have to gamble. Or you go up through mid, but they are going to take the gamble against the Cypher, who is playing in front of their util, by the way.
I mean, you're gonna try and get aggressive, asleep at the wheel, Roman. Gonna go down rather quickly. Yeti does take the fight in their favor, and the numbers are stacked a little bit towards Luminescent, but it's not gonna be light work as they are kind of separated right now. Okay, no, regrouping right before I see KO tagging on with Yeti on the minimap as they decide to take lane control. This crossfire is sort of set up to kind of bait out Omen, and it works. Turb manages to pick up one. The numbers evened out, but when you go back and forth and you have the player advantage, you tend to win here. Luminescent Sapphire picking up the pistol.
And quite literally picking up the other pistol off the ground just before they defuse it. Yeah, I mean, Luminescent Sapphire. We expected them to do well with pistols, because they were well off with them last game. Now, as you get guns into the picture, don't make the same mistakes, right? Don't get yourself isolated. The one player that is allowed to do that, Yeti. You grab an op later into this game, fine. Play that isolation. And I think Ascent is going to be a better map for them. I think Lotus was a little bit iffy. I don't quite like how their strats kind of shaped and formed. I think Ascent's going to be a little bit more clean just because this map has been here forever, because they undoubtedly have more experience on this map.
I mean, experience is one thing, but sometimes having that sort of unpolished, rough and tough exterior can give you that overly confident sort of pug play style that allows teams to win in tournaments like this. You can't really discredit it just yet. Yeti picking up one, but getting traded, you really want to try and go 2 for 1 at least if you're going to be playing that one-off angle. And that's going to be huge because they pick up this Guardian. They're giving it up to Tofik, and Aki could potentially use this. Look at this pinch coming out for them. It's being kind of played into. No, they're not. No, it's not like they know. Turb is just lining up, it seems. Still clearing out the corners. They're going to be caught with a knife in their hands, and Roman is just going to continue chilling. What? With the pot as well, providing cover? Wait, do they see these players? They do. Through the pot? What? Finding one? A 1 for 2 is still huge here, but look at Aki. Back to reality. We get to see how the consequences of the beginning actions are going to cost Tofik. Cost Luminescent, I think, this round. And Tofik, even though they're at such low HP, they just need to get some headshots perfectly timed, and it could be over. Oh, but look at where Suna is. The rat play working out for them, but the damage is done. Luminescent Sapphire only carrying 2 weapons into this next round.
Yeah, I feel like at that point, right, you bait your 1 HP player, you give the better gun to the person with more HP, and that person holds heaven. The other one kind of just books it on site, tries not to die, but of course, we all know what's going to happen. That's why that low HP player tries to clear corners a bit. Instead, you see both of them walk over towards that door area where they would get spammed or there'd be a swing out anyway. So already you're going to die if there's a player in that smoke. That's just a given because you're such low HP. And, you know, maybe the thought process just a little bit diminished there, but we'll give them the benefit of the doubt. It was an eco round and they get a lot of damage done.
Oh, things are going to start to steam up here. And Tofik, even though they went 1 for 1 here, should have the advantage going into this gun round, but should and are 2 different things. Luminescent looking to bite back. Roman finally getting punished for their overextension here. Turb picking them up, trying to pick up some more, but the numbers are just going to be scored for Tofik as they have the 3-piece. But again, like, it seems like every time one team is sort of winning out, they don't necessarily win out so dominantly, just showing how close these teams are. And again, right, maybe it was Luminescent's first match of the day kind of type beat. They needed some time to warm up, but they're playing a lot more coordinated on this map than they did on Lotus. Oh, hiccup.
Yeah, I mean, the call is to grab the gun and I guess to go to an unexpected position. You could play exits here. You could save. I would assume what's happening here is the play for exits, right? Trying to farm up those Sova ultimate orbs. You're not going to commit your life to this one. In a 3v1, I mean, sure, I guess 2 players have their ultimates. There's not too much to give up. But repetition, walking forward, yeah. Just choosing to play the exits and, oh, gets scanned out. Unfortunate. And that's going to be a little bit rough for you, but you get all 3! What?
What? I mean, hey, the bomb still goes down, but like, I remember what I said. Like, every team that's been winning, they've been winning, but a lot of damage is done to them. This is exactly what we see here. Although this replay is going to be huge. Repetition. Well, that's why they call them repetition. 1, 2, 3, right?
I mean, I'm still over the fact that you get tagged out by the knife and still somehow repetition gets all 3.
I mean, just the
that is
placement
absurd.
was so nice. They don't like the placement was so good, and that's why you play for exits, kids. You know, because even though it was, you know, the buy round, the bonus round for Luminescent Sapphire, they still can carry over into the buy round here, and the pressure is on to Tofik. If Tofik loses this, it's like actually kind of gonna be so dominant. Getty peaks and swings, repetition with the 4K. I mean, they're gonna pick up Turb, so unfortunately it's just gonna be 3 on the board. But repetition, a demon on these angles. What?
Well, that's 7 kills in approximately 10 seconds of round playtime.
That is crazy.
Yeah.
And I mean, they do pick up, I mean, they pop the ultimate, so Turb is gonna be picked up, but they don't have any shields. So not even a head tap, like a couple of body taps and it's over.
Do you save here?
I mean, because they have to win. Like, no, I think you try and get the plant down. Because, like, oh, look at this. It's going to be a bait. No, it's going to be back towards Boathouse. I did not see where it was going to go. So I assumed they were baiting, but caster read is wrong. You try and get the plant here because, you know, you want the plant money. Like, that's the most important thing, no?
Well, I mean, now in this scenario, you're committed to it, right? You're in a 2v3. Yeah. It's still very much doable, especially with that smoke. It provides a lot of cover, allows you to isolate these duels somewhat, but the
it funnels them.
Yeah.
Oh, no. They don't respect the smoke. I think that was great of Luminescent to not respect it, because that's what it really kind of like clutched it out for them, because it applied pressure on the site.
Well, they just also had 2 smokes. They just pop it towards Boathouse, and that's that. I mean, typically, you know, you see those smokes, and they always look a bit weird, because you're like, why would you waste 2 smokes on that? Well, that's exactly why. You force the enemy to peek on into. And unless that bomb is planted tucked in the corner or right in front where you can see it from the arches, that safe plant spot actually isn't good to play from Boathouse in a numbers disadvantage. So a lot of the time, it will go to those players retaking, because they can focus on the angles where you are, isolate, and you're going to have to peek into them when the tap comes through.
My brain is just still on the fact that Repetition managed to spray these guys down with a Phantom. Oh my god, the coordination to take down Turb is just disturbing. I don't know, like where was this Luminescent Sapphire on Lotus is my question. Because they're playing a lot cleaner on this defensive side. They're still getting aggressive. You know, they're still overextending in some cases, but that's fine because they're doing it with utility and they're playing together.
Yeah, I mean, something we didn't see on Lotus was the fact that they were pushing up on defense. They never did it, really. And they always found themselves in lost space. Now you get the initial pick. Now you can play your numbers advantage. And look at this. They're doubling up. They're playing off Cypher utility on B. And, well, you're going to go down to a Sheriff, which seems to be the script flip from last game. But Suna still now with the bullets. Yeah, still will get the kill. And, oh, boy, the jump spot. Make sure you clear everything. Are you expecting one more? No, you're not. Beefy Prof will get the kill. And the North left used, but now a 3v1 the scenario, and the Blade Storm will get the job done. 2 knives were left for Yeti, and the last one to get the kill.
I mean, at this point, Luminescent Sapphire, they're very confident. They're very comfortable going into it. And the thing that I'm really just like, okay, good timing here. Good time out for Tofik. Surprised about is how Tofik isn't really combating that. I have a question to the production, just because I want to know this, right? Social vote is still out for Tofik, but did Tofik have a forfeit last game, or is this their first game, or did they play a game previously? Okay. Did they win? They won 13. So I don't know if it was heard on stream, but won 13-8 and against Nexus Gladiators. Info from production. Mwah, much love. Thank you, homies. I appreciate the production staff here. And again, I'm going to give a shout out to all of Nexus. Go follow them right now, considering it's such perfect timing. But yeah, I mean, it feels like they did play. So it's like, I always want to know that kind of storyline, because if they played in the previous one, they should be kind of warmed up into this. Like, it's not like a surprise. They knew that they were playing 4 best of ones today. It's not a complete, shock that that's going to be what's happening. So I don't know. Maybe it's like some team synergy issues with the coordination from Luminous and Sapphire just being a little hard on them.
Well, I mean, Tofik, right? They get what is a warm-up game coming in. It is against Nexus Gladiators, who are a solid team, but they are 11th in the standings, so pretty much smack dab in the middle-ish of the grand scheme of things. Right now, they're kind of looking to win on out to even have a chance. Right now, it's looking tough for them, but it is doable. And for Tofik, they're in a much better spot than the team they just played, right? You win this one, you're looking at top 3, solid. You're solo in that top 3 position, and you're knocking down the player that's actually trying to tie it up with you.
Yeah, I mean, Luminescent, they win this, they can start, they're going to go from 5th to 4th, maybe 3rd throughout the next couple of days. We have 2 more days. We have this day. We have 2 more games after this, and then we have tomorrow as well. So in combination, it works out. But let's get back to the gameplay, because it seems the 1-for-1 comes through. Key point, though, Tofik is low HP, but the numbers advantage on their side, as I say it. Yeti gonna find Turb, and not to be perturbed, they're gonna peek straight out. Again, it's been just 1, 2, 1, 2, like 1 and back and forth, and it has not been super different. But the op is there. It whiffs. Letty needs to get out, and now, I mean, I don't want to shout, I don't want to get loud, but I think I'm gonna have to, because look at this pinch coming after the last 2 players of Luminescent. They went out the 5th in the timeout, not paying dividends for Tofik.
I mean, as much as, those decisions were correct from Tofik, it is a little bit unlucky that just Luminous and Sapphire happen to be in the exact right spots they need to be. That's just great game sense, right? Yeti was over towards that market area, dashes out, rotates all the way to tree, knowing that their teammate is going to swing out of the smoke, maybe gets a kill, but probably going to go down or get valuable info that these players are already in tree. So with that information, Yeti takes the peek, just doesn't have the timing on the shot, but still the kills come through eventually anyway. And honestly, a great job for them. A double shock lineup doesn't do enough damage to get a kill, but some damage.
A little tickle.
Standing ahead.
Little shock.
They found my wire.
Little zap. Have you ever played with those little toys, like the piece of gum that like zaps you?
Oh yes.
Yeah, that's my thought process. Every time someone's like, it tickles them, or like it just the shock darts just like barely hit someone, it's like pulling on that string of gum, and it's like, I always hated those. Always hated those. Oh, I mean, they're kind of like taking a lot of mid control here for Luminous and Sapphire, but they're doing it together. So I'm happy that they have the duelist paired with the initiator. Very, key components of a solid team playing together. Oh, knock. I was gonna say they're both kind of looking at the same angle. Thankfully, the timing is there, so Knock manages to look back towards top mid. That's why I said Knock. I was like, oh no.
Surely.
Look at this. Okay, look at this timing.
Yeah. Surely they clear this, right?
It's gotta be cleared. Oh, I thought Repetition would have it. I mean, considering all things considered, right? Repetition was the player who back-to-back managed to get multi-kills in a couple of rounds. Playing anti-flash, Suna does not get flashed, but neither does Roman as they pick up Turb. Yeti spamming through to try and break on into this A site. They knew it was going to be a fake, so the rotates there. Knock waiting to see if they can spam, but he's not going to find much. They catch one, so they know that Mons is there. They know, but they just can't hit the shots. Instead of picking up Patrick's in the back, Beefy Broth is going to go down like the bones that made the broth. And now, last player playing off the site. The defuse starts. You got to believe in your teammates, and you got to start the defuse. They're going to give it over to KO to farm up that null command, but I mean, it looked kind of dicey because there was a timing there in some reality where they kill the defuser and then they lose to that bomb spike. So I was like, what? Wait, maybe? And then it just fell apart because they didn't have any bullets.
Well, the win condition comes down to if you're on site Tofik there, you need to provide a little bit of resistance. And I do think you had a chance, right, with Knock popping that null command just a second too early, right? Didn't allow for the teammates to come on through. So if you realize that, wait, we just saw 2 in B main. You can take an even fight 2v2 in Heaven. I don't know what quite util they had to maybe contest Heaven, but I feel like they would have had something in that scenario that can at least use as a bait.
I don't think they had util, but like at least like, you know, they were getting spammed on the box and they got spotted. So I don't know who it was. I think it was Mons, Sova. I mean, they could have very well fought back here. Wow. On the site, not fighting back. Repetition, Roman. Repetition with a classic as well. Using this null command, you know, to great effect. They're going to go shock dart for shock dart. Stick of gum for stick of gum. Repetition. Right click Stefan the fourth. And honestly, how is this player not gotten an ace yet?
Watch them run when lit by my
Scoreboard 11-4. Wow. Holy.
Making up for last game. You know, trying to even it out from the not poor performance, but the performance they wish they had, right? And now you have a strong showing in this one. You also have a tech pause. But still, I mean, a great job so far from Luminescent Sapphire. A way different team from the previous map that we just saw them, and I do think it is because of how comfortable they are on this map. I'm gonna be honest. I think they did really, really well on this first half.
I mean, the tech pause coming through. Maybe that's gonna solve Tofik's issues, give them some more confidence. For Luminescent, they I feel like their tech is working. They plug their headphones back in, brighten up the monitors, change the refresh rate, because it seems like they're a different team. Again, that's why like I always in best of threes where a team does poorly in the first game and then does better on the second. It's like a mixed bag. That's why if you could interview them, it's even more crazy to me because you don't know, right? Sometimes it's like, oh, you know, we were playing rough the first game. Some players didn't have time to warm up. We weren't really prepared. We kind of rushed into it. And other times it's like, oh, we just hate that map, right? So maybe I don't know, but it is a best of one. So realistically, you don't want to like, you would probably ban out the maps that you're the worst on. So I can kind of push that aside, which makes me think of the, you know, the second story as the more likely one of like, hey, you know, we just aren't the most comfortable in the morning. Like we had some degenerate gamers playing super late. They just woke up like 2 hours before the event. Hey, it's summertime. I've done the same thing. I go to bed at like 2 in the morning now. So I fully get it, right? So that kind of plays a role into it as well. And that you could say the exact same thing to Tofik. But the thing is, Tofik won their first match, so they should be warmed up and ready, unless they have overconfidence in this one, which could also be a storyline. But I'm gonna lean towards the fact that they aren't overconfident. They're just kind of not playing towards their game. Because Tofik, they, you know, I've watched them play. They're not like the most insane players, but they're also not the most like ego players. They do play very comfortably, and 13-8 is a really competitive scoreline. So they didn't completely just, you know, dominate a team, which is why I'm so confused. Hopefully Tofik after this tech timeout is going to show us something different. And I would hope it is like a slam towards one site, right? Really taking a lot of control of certain spaces without giving anything up, right? They've done that in the past, but they don't overextend. And I feel like maybe overextending could be a difference maker to them. Like they took A site, but then they immediately lost some of their gunfights. All right, well, that's fine. Try and extend even further into Heaven and CT and like apply as much pressure as you can. If they can't do that, then maybe slow, even do the opposite, completely invert everything I just said and play super slow, like literally as slow as possible. Either way, we're getting back into the game.
Already, Yeti finds the off shot, and that's not the ideal start off of a pause. I mean, any pause can be used as a timeout, but that one, the breath of fresh air, it didn't hurt. It did not help.
Tofik's playing slow, but Luminescent isn't, apparently. I mean...
Whoa, wow, no, the shock dart kill!
Oh, okay. Well... It's over. Yeah, it's over. Okay. This round's... Okay, next round. They left the bomb towards, you know, they left the bomb also, so I was like, okay, good. They're playing slow. They're gonna, you know, take some picks towards B, rotate out A. It's, you know, there's two kinds of strategies. I like the slow play. I think slow play works really well for teams. It's Ascent for all of, you know, for all extensive purposes. It's Ascent. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. Your slams aren't working. You're playing in a pug more or less. you don't really have some set strategies to kind of, throw off your team. You don't really have any reads on them. Just play it slow. Default.
Revealing area.
Yeah, default, do whatever you can, because if whatever you're doing isn't working, try changing it up, right? I feel like that's the only thing that can be said in that scenario. It's like the opposite of if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So, yeah, find something
That's what
else.
Luminescence is doing, honestly.
Right.
They have nothing broke, so why would they fix it?
The sprays have been crazy from repetition, to be honest. Yeti,
Wait,
Yeti did not see.
The reaction was that's probably the goofiest thing I've seen so far. The Hunter's Fury goes out there. Yeti fighting for their life against the Beefy Broth here, who dinks one but does not sink them. Sunna gonna send them down under, and it's looking like I feel like 11-1's not out of the question here.
Yeah, for sure. Especially with, yeah, like you have a buy here if you are Team Tofik, but it just seems like there's been no manipulation of the rotates. Just Luminescent Sapphire are just pushing up. They're winning their gunfights, and that's that. It is a very much sort of TDM style for Luminescent Sapphire. Or that's how they like to play these games, where they can rely on to just win their ones. The previous map didn't work so well for them. But this one seeming to be the better play and seems to be getting a lot of value.
Just drops the Odin. It's like, it's okay. It doesn't have a mag anyway. Oh, and this is why, honestly, this is why Cypher has been played so much in tier 3 and tier 2 with on Ascent, right? Just spam through walls. And even though the first picks do fall, Luminescent Sapphire still has the numbers to get into it and contend with it. Tofik. They did set up some Cypher utility to slow down this retake, but it's not going to work out. I said it right. Tofik picked up the Odin and kind of used it. I mean, I was surprised why they just dropped it out, but like, I guess it works, it works. Being caught by Cypher utility. This Odin's being used again. Thankfully, it's going to be punished now, but still kind of interesting to see the consequences of actions. Tap onto the bomb. Tofik finally picking up a round with a solid post plant, and I would even argue a little bit of a misplay. Drop that Odin actually had a lot of impact.
Yeah, at least leave the rifle like on site, right? At that point, like sure they'd still pick it up at some point, but I feel like it's a little too confident. You want to have some confidence. That was a bit too much. Luminescent Sapphire, like let's reel it back in. And I don't think they are, because they're running double op right now on the last round of the half. I think Romani has an extra rifle back there too, but still. Pushing in front of the util
again. Oh,
pushing in front of the util on B.
Oh, they're getting a little aggressive here, right? They're getting overly confident after their round wins. And 9-3 is a really solid scoreline. First one down for Patrick, because now they're gonna look for the second. And the numbers not falling in favor of Luminescent, at least in the early game. Looking at this, they already have the bomb kind of, going down. Beefy Broth has a read here. I mean, Sapphire kind of, losing some of that spark. Hunter's Fury invested repetition, gets out of it, thankfully, to stay alive as they get into it. They try to retake this site. Shock darts come through. 3 HP. Spam finding Aki. And now a shock dart and a lineup for the fight. Beefy Broth. Not sure what to do.
They should know where they
around. I mean, they have a cover. It's gonna be a stick to come through. Gets locked in. I mean, it was overly confident, but they brought it back, so I guess it's warranted. 10-2 on the board.
In that 2v1, you should end up winning it anyway, because they had the information. Your Omen went down towards that tree area. The wraparound, sure, it could have came through, but not likely. You would have heard it. The time wouldn't have been there, something of that sort. But really, I mean, it all comes down to that shock dart, right? If that shock dart lands an extra hit, an extra 3 damage, that's the round win for Team Tofik. If the Hunter's Fury connects one more time, that's another kill. It's just so many things that aren't going their way, and the thing that's going to have to go your way is this pistol round, because although pistol rounds don't necessarily win games, it's pretty tough when 4 free rounds go your way and you still end up falling.
I mean, if they want to make any comeback, right, it starts with winning the first. You want to try and win 3 at the start. And it seems like right now it's pretty even, especially between these teams. Look at how Luminescent is playing so differently. Like, they immediately get picks 1 for 1, leave Cypher for the lurk. And this is not something people normally do in pugs, right? They don't like have this sort of set strategy. Like, all right, we're going to leave lurk towards the first round. You know, sometimes people don't like lurking in the first round, but they're going to. And it's going to be really huge because it'll try to like mess with how Tofik perceives the rest of this game and how, you know, Luminescent plays. Oh, I think Roman either spotted this play. No, I don't know if they spotted them out, but like they have at least an inclination that there are some players here. Aki keeping it on the corner, trying to persuade themselves to stay there, but they're going to be smoked off instead. And the site's going to be taken rather briskly as they make all the space. Aki looking for the fight, but getting shot out of position. That stick of gum looking mighty tasty as Beefy Broth goes down as well. That was towards that B site. That lurk really coming in clutch here because it's now going to prevent a pinch. The numbers falling in their favor yet again. Aki, and I believe it is going to be KO as well. Trek. Yeah, last 2 players trying to do something out of it. One towards hell, they're gonna get taken down. Knock is there for the trade almost immediately, and Tofik down in players. Turb taking the fights. They don't have the time here though, unfortunately. Through it all, I feel like Tofik, they literally, you know, they had so many minor things not go in their favor, and Luminescent just has such a congruent play style with how they have it. Like, we left the player towards B because we know that that's gonna mess with them, and on this next round, I think they're going to do something similar where they default and then they either leave Cypher or they have Cypher make presence somewhere and then rotate off into a different area. It's just to mess with how Tofik perceives Luminescent.
It is really, really tough, especially in tier 3, to have that knowledge and know when to rotate back off of a fake, ready? When it's not just a cut noise re, right? You saw the Cypher cam actually did spout out the opposing Cypher on stairs, hence why you were able to get that anchoring kill, and you heard the jump spot towards market from the KO. So really, it's a 4v2 or 3v2 at least running it down on that A site. That's the information you keep having that lurk over on that B side.
First pick though, heading in Tofik's favor.
Shots are just exchanged though. Doesn't seem like anyone's trying to give it up, but no, boy, that's a flash, and Romani gets one, Knock gets one. The Sheriffs get 2, though, and bring this one right on back, and even 2v2, the name of the game, and make it a 2v1. The Sheriffs are the name of whatever's winning, I guess, as Aki spots out the final player, but the Classic, not exactly the best from long range, has to make sure to focus it down, but it's the Sheriff to end it off anyway. Sheriffs with 4 kills, Thrifty, and it's almost like the script has flipped from last map. The only rounds that Tofik can win are Thrifties.
Okay, but 11-3 is such a dominant scoreline. Surely.
Well, that's what it was, no?
Surely. Oh, with Tofik's taking a timeout here.
Yeah.
Huh. Interesting. Interesting. I mean, you know what? I respect it. Probably something to do with the fact that they probably queued it up previously. They expected to lose, and they wanted to talk a little bit about this buy round. But now that they won, they're going to have their own momentum kind of cut. Hopefully it doesn't happen that way. But realistically, right, I expect Luminescent to pull through. But, you know, there's that one little itch in the back of my brain.
Saying, nerds. What's that itch saying?
There's a possibility Tofik can come back. Like, there's better on, like, there's like, we're just better on attack, or we're better on defense, right? Tofik's on defense right now, correct? I mean, I think I'm right, but yeah. They're like, oh, we're better on defense. Like, we just hold better. And
well, here's my thought though. As much as the script has flipped, right? Whenever this Luminescent Sapphire team loses a round, they get onto that Thrifty buy. They always play together. They play better than they do with the guns. So now, whether they plan for it or not, they're going to have a playstyle change coming out of this timeout, and it's definitely going to mess with Team Tofik. That is for sure. I don't know if they're expecting it.
And again, the Cypher lurk timings are really important for them, especially if Luminescent want to win this. Early info gained for Cypher. Hey, you know, Sova is like leaning towards this B site. It'll be easier to take A. We can expect AO on this A. Turb breaking that? Okay.
Oh, of course.
To deny him, sort of eco kind of stall play out. Paranoia comes through. But look at this. Aki is there. Sorry, I saw the A. Got excited. Picking up one more. I mean,
Spike down.
great
A.
kind of pinch. I had to read that Luminescent would try and change things up, but unfortunately, they just get read like a book. Tofik now winning this round out. I mean, it's just how many can Roman get, honestly, at this point, right? Oh, that's one.
At least one.
Cage triggered.
Yeah, but the spike compromised towards A. They have to be holding it. They're gonna
Wait.
back around towards A.
You could totally go for it. You could totally go for it.
There's not a lot of time, is there?
You'd have to run it. You'd have to
Yeah,
run it.
I
here.
mean,
30 seconds left.
it's 30 seconds, so I mean, I guess they can try it, unless they're playing for exits here and playing it slow.
See, this is not the angle I would have taken, just because this is still a predictable-esque route, just because of the fact that you were last spotted in that corner, and now you're spotted out here, and that's going to be it for your life in this
When you
round,
said
Mons.
predictable, the first thing I wanted to scream was Mons has the angle. I was like,
Yeah.
Mons is there.
Yeah, Mons is just there. That's why. As much as you rotate around mid, like, what misdirection is it going to happen if the same angle is still being held? It's just you took the scenic route.
I mean, you can expect everyone to rotate off A. I feel like you just run CT and run T side, sorry, and go from the attacking spot and see if you can do something here. But yeah, Tofik, they not only carry weapons into this, but they also have some potential. Like, there's a real shot of Tofik bringing this back into a competitive scoreline. Yeti trying to pop off, manages to do so. That's gonna be one down, but Aki. I was gonna say, I feel like if Aki managed to pick up Turb, it was truly locked in, but considering Turb's about to go down, it's still very winnable for Luminescent Sapphire. Tofik now needing to recuperate some of their losses. They do just that. It's back to Roman. These timings have been so off. What are these timings? They're diffusing already. No, pros don't fake. They're going to stick it. There's literally no point for them to get off. Roman finds one, not the two. The timings have been so bad for Roman, unfortunately.
They need to play a little bit more info-based Luminescent Sapphire with those lurks, right? Realizing, okay, the lurk is not just, hey, we're going to have that added pressure on one site. No, it's to listen for rotates and choose the correct site. Right now,
yeah,
it's been slam A, slam A, slam A for the past 3 rounds. And that's not working for you, right? You 4-1, you play that lurk timing. Sure, at that point, just kind of run it all down 5 main and then have your Cypher go lurk, right? Because that's the timing that's going to be expected anyway.
I mean, I'm just going to be candid here. Like, the timings, be faster. Like, if you are going to be doing it just for pressure, if you're not going to do this whole thing that you were talking about, just be faster. Like, the speed is a huge element. The speed is one of the biggest elements here. To pick it up the first onto Roman. I mean, at this point, I believe they're going to change things up, try and 5-stack, run it down, but it's just not going to work as they get farmed. I mean, the assist line looking fairly good for KO, as you would love for your initiator. A flawless victory for Tofik as they bring the score 11-6. They're really bringing it close here.
You know, nerds, I don't like your itch.
I mean, it's an itch. It's there. It's possible.
You know what? Like, I'm itching and scratching now at this point, because not only is it just annoying, the fact that it's a possibility, but, like, it's considerably there. It is a pain in the side of Luminescent Sapphire right now. Honestly, if they just default, if Luminescent Sapphire just default, right, just chill on out for hot sack, don't 5-man deathball, they're going to be okay.
I think they're going to do that right now. Look at the positionings that they have set up. They smoke off Patrick's, so there's no op angle, and they have the bomb down A. So they can rotate back towards A, or if they want, they can pick it up and pull back towards B. They even have Cypher lurking around and just holding for info. All that stuff really, working in favor for, Sapphire if they, continue with it, I would hope. Eddie has a lot of space towards mid. They've pressured this op off, so now they just need to maintain it.
Yeah, and you actually hear the Cypher on B site, which is also very, very good for you. That should be given the cue. Yep, let's try and hit A. But the question is, right, your Cypher should try and go mid, try and drag those rotates just a tad longer. Make sure you can hold them there It looks like the null command just popped on out. The spam is not good for Mons this round, unfortunate. But Aki at least claiming one on at the KO. And the reload coming on out actually makes this fight very, very doable for Team Tofik, and they will claim it. Makes this one actually a 3v3.
It's very winnable, but like, one spike is down. They have to find the timings. Oh, those two seal it up. The default worked, Ari. We called it and it came.
And the lurk.
The lurk timings are there. I mean, hey, they tied up their loose ends. It was really what, like, the big kicker. I said at the beginning of I think I was the one that called at the beginning, like, okay, you know, basically they are lurking, they are defaulting, and you wanted the default, so we got what we wanted. You got the default, and I got my lurk timings to actually be there. Roman was not lagging behind. They actually played with their team, and that's the biggest thing, is that Roman is 17 and 12. They're an impact player. They have been getting frags. They have been killing, you know, most of Team Tofik. So they're valuable. Just being alive and being in the site or with the team truly changes things up. The first pick, though, not falling in their favor.
If I'm Luminescent Sapphire here, I'm immediately calling a rotate, because let's be real. Every single time that you've slammed a site, or at least tried to, you haven't came out on top, and sure, you at least win this fight here. This Neural Theft should at least give you a little bit more information, make you slow it on down, right? Because those 4 players, they're playing really, really far back. You should use that, take mid, try and gain a little bit of space. You don't need to hit a site off of your Neural Theft. You can always take some space and force out the mistakes, right? But instead, looks like they are just opting to take a site and then give up the space.
Oh, I like this like double commit towards, you know, A to take some space, to try and draw the rotate and just have it be a fake. Yeah. Oh, Roman going down early is gonna put a pressure. Lumen being here, Suna being here is gonna be really good to keep some of these players on. But the moment the picks come through, they know Patrick's is there. Repetition going down. Spike doing the same as it follows Tofik. Now they have the players to go into it. It's a matter of if they can be consistent with it. Suna spamming to even the score. Turb waiting on the other end. Knock going down.
Wow.
Piece of wood being toppled over. Suna locks
gosh.
clutch. We barely catch it near the end. I mean, 13-6. Tofik, you know, you scratched the itch to me. It gave me some sort of confidence, but it didn't come to fruition. It did not come to fruition, unfortunately.
Oh boy, that was a fun last round. I really enjoyed that one. I think that was a fun time. But Luminescent Sapphire, I mean, a great showing. They were a lot better on this map because their playstyle works a lot better on this map. So I think it's a combination of them just winning duels, their confidence, but also you saw their ability to adapt in this round. And in last map, they couldn't really find any answers to their gaps in their setups that they had. And honestly, I'm going to bring up a little pet peeve of mine. If you have set strats like executes and things like that, set protocols on site defenses, as soon as one of them kind of goes to shambles, some players, they don't know how to react. And that's really where you're going to see the best separate from maybe just the normal or the middle of the pack.
Yeah, I mean, you try to take advantage of anything that you can. I think that's the big kind of clear difference. I feel like like not even in pugs, but like how you can tell like a good pug team versus another pug team, or not even a pug team, like a very like decorated roster. Like Lucky 7, they just got their 5th. So they had some strategies, but they had puggy moments, right? Where they didn't really have any strategy going into it, but they managed to, you know, corroborate something together, like cooperate together, right? Sorry, corroborate might not be the right word, but they managed to bring something together out of nothing, right? And they had sort of that confidence. And that's kind of the thing that Tofik didn't have in that game, where when things went to shambles, like you mentioned, Ari, they couldn't bring it together. Now, the one thing that I'm really concerned about going into this is that Tofik, they're a very strong team. They have, you know, they're 3rd in the standings. What does this mean for them?
Well, they're now 4th in the standings. That's what it means.
Oh,
and both of these teams are actually tied, right? The only thing that separates them is the round differential, which, granted, there are a few rounds, about a map's worth, 12 rounds, still a solid lead when it comes to that. But if it comes down to it, I mean, head-to-head tiebreakers, you know, anything could be the difference. And sure, you have 4 teams, is that right? No, 3 teams now on 24, 2 on 30. I mean, this is starting to even on out, right? There's only so many teams in the running, it seems like, for this top 6 position. And as these games play on, they're going to start to dwindle on the chances for all of these teams, right? The winning are just going to keep on winning and keep on getting, number 1 seed, number 2 seed, things like that. Those buys will go on away. So it's up to the bottom of the pack, the lower, 3, 4, 5, 6 that are really trying to end on a solid note today. But of course, before we do that, we are going to hop to a quick break, let the players reset, let the games all finish. And when we come back, we will have yet another game of Nexus Rival Series 3. Hello, everyone. Welcome on back to the Nexus Rivals Series number 3, numero tres, whatever language you prefer. And right now, we're going to have DRM going up against Envy Sapphire. My name is Arcast here with Nerds Corner. Nerds, once again, give us a shout. Well,
I don't know. This is a repeat of last time. Like, you're asking me to shout. What do you want me to do? Just like, I'm gonna scream into the mic at one point and just blow, just scream, absolute screech here. But we took a little bit of a break. I believe every one of us got some snacks, I think some food. It's been a fun day. Hopefully the teams enjoyed the extended break as well. But we're gonna be getting back into it. TSG, right? Lucky 7 up the top. Internal Focus Crimson, Tofik, Luminescent Sapphire, and Una Ludo X Sushi Boys. This top 6 teams so far in the tournament. We're going to be watching DRM Esports, right? They're going to be number 11 versus Envy Sapphire, who is number 9. So these teams are fighting off against each other. Now, the thing is, these teams are near the bottom of the scoreboard, and one of these teams is especially DRM Esports. They are 3-7 currently with a negative 22 round differential, meaning that they have to win this very dominantly if they want to be bumped up into the top 6. Same thing with EV Sapphire.
You want a stat in terms of the numbers? Yeah, DRM, let's say they win out the rest of these games that they have to play. That puts them on 24 points. Then you're relying on around 6 or 7 teams to not win a single game. That's your chances right now. So you may as well start by winning this one here against somebody that is above you, Envy Sapphire.
I mean, it's going to be Ascent, so mirror comps is something I'm expecting, but there's a little bit of a hover onto a baby onto Astra, so that'll be pretty fun to see. We're going to see the standard comp. We don't get to see the mirror on Cypher. A little bit sad. I don't know, Cypher feels a bit more fun, but I also just don't like the standard comp because of how boring it is. I like watching teams go for different compositions. Like the Astra instead of Omen still provides global smokes. I honestly think Astra's util is fine. Like, I don't know. People are like, Astra util, they stopped abusing Astra as the nerfs came through, but I feel like Astra's still really strong.
Yeah, ironically, we're talking about how Astra is like a refresher. It's a different from the meta, but like, when Pearl was back in the game, like we were saying, oh, it's an Astra. We know exactly how they're going to play it. And honestly, it's still the same playstyle. It still is, quote, boring because they just sit back A main, play their stars, and then you have the Sova afterwards. But like, still, it is these rounds now that you get to shape a little differently because you're comp, and maybe for DRM, that is their win condition, knowing that Envy Sapphire are a tough team to beat on that standard default comp.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, I'm just going to gush over the Astra even more. You got the stun, you got the suck off the bomb, you got just so many different things that you can do. On the flip side, I mean, that's why the standard comp works, right? It works because it works. You have a paranoia, you have TPs, you have a lot of really solid utility for verticality and for mobility on that Omen. You can get aggressive. They were the original kind of duelist controller where people played really aggressively with them. So, it makes sense. Makes sense, but doesn't mean I'm happy about it. if that can be understood.
Yeah, I mean, potential for both of these teams. And like we saw, remember, we saw this map previously, so we have a little bit of taste of what to expect, except those were different comps. 2 different teams now on the day as well. So, forget your memory, get Men in Black, memory flashed, because forget everything you know. Yeah, it's just a whole completely new game with teams that are trying to show us their playstyles.
I'm going to go for a default off the rip here for Sapphire as they try to take fights. It works a little bit. Tagged up for 22, but they also tagged up Envy. Sudden picking up the first on the board. Shots are there for Astra. 2 found and picked up. CISOs? Not sure how to pronounce that, but still, we'll get a check on that in a bit. Obscuring, going for that plant, and they're going to get spotted out again. 3-piece, hunting for the 4th they get. denied on the 4th, but, you know, they're still playing with their team. That bomb is ticking away. Tia finding one and needs to continue taking these fights. No one's on that bomb. It's just going to be going for it there. As soon as I say it, the moment I say it, it comes out. And they're going to just stick it through. Good trust on your teammates.
It was funny. I thought the molly might have been on the bomb, and then the suppress comes out where you just can't actually use that for stall, which, you know, was just a little bit funny in that scenario, right? When you actually see a KO knife, like with the last 10 seconds into the round, actually have some sort of impact. Here it does. So KO, everyone. It finally showing some results in that final seconds of the round. But of course, you know what it is. You win the pistol round, you're gonna have these better guns now, and looks like Dares is already getting set up on the Marshall. So I'm expecting an op to come out a little bit later, but let's not get too ahead of ourselves. Dares, how much can you do on just a Marshall?
There's a lot that you could do with a Marshall, right? You need to pop some heads, get some head taps. That's all that matters. Oh, Dares is up close and personal. Missed the first. The Tailwind's not active. They finally invest into it. Thankfully, look at this counter play. Dares being saved and picked up. Honestly, if Astra wasn't there, it would have been over.
Yeah, but at the same time, I feel like that player should have been dead a long time ago. I feel like Dares, you know,
lived a little too long.
Yeah, there was 3 shots missed and nobody decided to swing. Like, yeah, you missed a point blank shot with a Marshall. Why is the enemy team scared of you? At that moment, I feel like, oh, they missed a point blank shot with a Marshall. Run them down. Like, just get the kill. Get the kill. But
get them.
They don't.
Sick them. The opening rounds go for DRM. On the flip side, Envy, they're, you know, it's their buy round. They're on attack. They're gonna play it rather slow. They defaulted previously, so I expect them to default again.
Shots coming out towards mid. A little bit of a dink up
Right here.
onto this Sova Obscuri. But already, right, that's one player down low, and that's a shock dart into a wall. Not onto the alarm bot. Unfortunate, but wow. Zeskos just picks up one with a Bulldog in mid. That is ridiculous. You can get that bloom with a Bulldog. Props to you. The gunplay looking
Bulldogs are powerful. Bulldogs are powerful. Tia picking up one more as well. Osumania? Vibing out here? I don't know why that name was hard for me to pronounce, but Osumania is such a silly name. I love these team names and these plays. Dares goes down, and you know, it is a default. It's pretty slow, but DRM is pretty contending with it, or contending it fairly well. Missing the shots. It's gonna open up that A site as they're gonna go for the plant suddenly, I guess.
30 seconds left. Spike
And
planted.
Envy Sapphire, they not only do they get onto the site, but they also have the timings here. Look at Obscure. What? Sesko. What?
Right there.
Honestly, Sesko has been popping off in these games. They already have the ultimate online if they want to use the Cosmic Divide. One spotted closer towards this hell position. Spam through the box and found. Third locked in. They're looking for that 4th. The shock dart close to finishing them off, but that bomb gonna, I mean, obviously they should give the defuse here to, okay, well, to Sova. Yes, Osumania gonna pick that up for the Hunter's Fury, but just picking up this bonus off the back of Sesko's.
I mean, bonus round conversion, Astral Wall, halfway to your ultimates, looking pretty solid. If you know, if you don't have to use that wall, that's going to be pretty good, right? Try and make this as clean as possible. You're going to be set up to win the next gun round, and that's why the bonus conversion is so valuable, right? You're going to get a kickstart on your ultimates as well, right? That just means you've killed more people, so you're going to have more ult orbs in your favor. I mean, EV Sapphire, they've done some, or Envy Sapphire, excuse me, have done some damage with these sheriffs, but it's going to be tough to get yourselves back into this one against full rifles and Odin on the B site.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to probably be 4-0, especially considering the Sesko's is just, you know, still alive. Talk about duelist controller player, right? I feel like we talked about Omen and now Astra's popping off, so it's a little goofy, but it works out.
Like the contact is through Cat here, but there is not quite landing the shot right away. Does get team blinded, and luckily for them, nobody in A main to trade it. But Zeskos, meanwhile, yeah, picks up a kill towards mid. one as well, going towards B site, but the spam for Nelson eventually is good. The wall bang, good for 1 kill, and now this is a 3v2. Nelson with that gun advantage is gonna spot out the Omen, who TP's on out.
It's winnable.
No way. No way did they get this. Oh my gosh, that's an Odin moment for you, and that's a thrifty round. Seems like thrifties upon thrifties is the way that teams are getting back into these games today.
I mean, they're winning out, right? DRM Esports, they picked up the 3, but a thrifty is there for Sapphire, and honestly, they needed that is a breath of fresh air. They needed that. If they didn't get it, it would have been really hard for Sapphire to come back, because it would have been 4-0. They probably would have been in a rifle round. I feel like DRM just a little bit, you know, unlucky. It's not even like their strategy was super off. It's just like the timings were a bit too inconsistent for them.
Alarm bot out.
Looks like the slowdown is the play once again from this attacking side, from NV Sapphire. And this contact has gone well for them pretty well initially. The blind is good for them now, so already picking up 1 kill. The space made, but now here's the gunfight, and that one goes in favor of Som as well. Now just 2 players remaining, and it, is not in a great spot, especially with Nelson on 4 HP getting spammed out, and there's a Gale Molly at your feet.
I mean, it's over, right? Like, at this point, I would say, what else are you gonna do? All right, what else can you do here? You just save. You have to save.
Not worth the gamble at all. I mean, sure, you're a few ult orbs off of your ultimates, but you're also giving those points up to your opponents, and that's not good, right? You're going to be on what is a 4-sub buy. You want to face as little ultimates as possible, right? And save the creds. Save whatever you can. Try and make it as clean as possible, which, as we've already discovered, has not been the case.
No, it's not going to happen. It's just not there. They have to hard save here, because DRM, they're going to be going into what is essentially a eco, light buy, broken buy, whatever you want to call it here.
Just really unfortunate that, honestly, especially in the thrifty round, right? That round number 4, you didn't even have a chance to pop your Astro Wall. That Cosmic Divide should have helped you into whatever you needed, even if that's a sacrifice that you're willing to make, right? This game would most likely be 5-0 if that was the case, but no, now you see 3-2 going on possibly a 3-3.
Yeah. I mean, realistically, theirs needs to go probably get these picks here if they want to contend with them. Maybe getting a little aggressive. They find the first onto Sudden. Try to pick some more onto Soam, but I just realized Sudden and then Som? Is it just Som?
I'm going with, I don't really know. Soam? Because like OU, but Soom? You know?
Soomish. You know, close enough. They're gonna be Soomish beyond sight. But yeah, I mean, Envy, right? They've done pretty good with catching them off guard. DRM finds the first, so at least they'll have it brought back. But I think for Envy, Sapphire, they're gonna play. I was gonna say they're gonna play off their ultimates here. I would presume that they have an Omen TP towards Boathouse here as well, just to contain most of that site. Yeah, almost immediately. And to Boathouse, right? With the spike, they're gonna go take that space, get that plant down. No Hunter's Tree to contend with. DRM, I feel like they popped that Cosmic Divide because Obscurity's there, picking up dares on the first. Plant's gonna go down without too much contention. I feel like this is where you pop that Cosmic Divide. You probably take one specific site, you cut the site in half, you know, maybe isolate lane, maybe isolate Boathouse. There's a couple of avenues of control here. Obscuring being pushed off the angle. Envy Sapphire continuing with their roll. Tia picking up one as well. Spam on Obscuring, and it's just gonna win. Ares v Odin, which is gonna win? The Odin, right? And you also have, like, again, Obscuring. I was gonna say it goes both ways, right? Obscuring can shoot that through from, you know, from main into site, and then from site into main.
Quite funny.
Our producer's just like, remember what I said about that while we were talking about Ascent earlier.
I must have missed out on that conversation.
Yeah, we were kind of just, yapping about. We were just talking about. I believe it was like, what maps are your favorites? And I said Ascent is like one of my least favorite maps just because the comps that play on this map. Like when I play it, yeah, it's fun because I Cypher setups, Breach, Gecko, like just goof off, have some fun time in ranked. But for competitive, we see this type of stuff. And Eco going in favor of DRM as they find one with the Bladestorm, one with a Sheriff.
Big opening picks, and Dare's now hungry for more. The question is, well, it's not really a question. It's more a word of advice. Don't overcommit. You're in a 5v3, and sure, you're an eco, but the peaks like that towards B main will give up your advantage ever so slightly. Once again, it feels like time and time again, I see way too many Sentinel players peeking in front of their utility. Trying to clean that space, I understand that, but still, doing it alone in that scenario with the lead that you do right now have in terms of numbers, not the best situation for you. Nelson kind of just the one facing what is a 3v1 side execute with nothing but a KO molly, and now that even goes away.
Oh man, they burned it out just for the stun. Sudden just gonna pop straight out of it, eating it up. Having the timing on it, along with the, I believe, the null command that they had active and the Hunter's Fury. It looks like Envy Sapphire is going to be taking this rather briskly without too much resistance. Now, null command is over. The Bladestorm is active yet again for Dares. There is going to be a shock dart at your feet. Sudden picks up the trade. Net waiting up towards heaven. Osu looking to see if they can start some mania, some commotion here on the server, considering that there's such low HP on one of these players for Sapphire. A well-timed shock dart could be the end of it. They're just going to use their bullets. Sudden waiting out. Shock dart comes on through. I don't know if they positioned it really well. A lineup to be found. A flash on the ground, but Osu isn't going to be caught by it. DRM have the retake. And I think it was I was going to say, I think it was their eco as well.
Well, not only is it a thrifty, but you also force out a Hunter's Fury and a null command. So that is, yeah, that is a really, really beneficial thrifty. You not only force them to lose their guns, but now they also wasted ultimates because they were in a 5v3 where they thought, okay, we can't lose this. We shouldn't lose this. They expend into it, and turns out not to be an over investment. Instead, they just end up not finding the value they want, and DRM, they get themselves back into the lead after returning the thrifty favor.
Shutting them down.
Yeah, I mean, back and forth, these rounds are pretty contentious between the two of these teams, right? Contended. I've been using that word a lot. And I keep messing it up, but you know what? One day I'll get it right. They're close though, the rounds between the two teams, and that's going to apply so much pressure onto both sides. Osu waiting for the perfect timing on the shock dart.
You know, there's times like that where I wish you could just yell shoot and they'd listen to you through the screen, and then you just get a smoke through the kill, and then you're like, wow, they listened to me. But unfortunately not. Instead, Nelson just kind of stuck on this A site once again, but no execute coming through. Just the Astra smoke to stave away the pressure, right? Make sure that one's not coming through. And the default's still standing strong on this defensive side.
Oh, peaks come out.
Wow.
Too easy.
Seekaw's picking up 2 here on the board in mid. And the
30
slow
seconds
play
left.
seems to be working for DRM, who do not overextend. I think Envy thought DRM would overextend, but they didn't. Good shot onto Nelson. He's going to open up the site. The timing is there with the Dare. Grabbing that bomb, finding a second on the board, hunting for the third, not finding Shelby. As unfortunately, you're peeking blind, eh? Ooh, they peek and they find without a blind.
Wait.
Oh, on the board. Run away. Oh, they get away in the nick of time. DRM's going to win it, but that was close. Peek could have been deadly.
Absolutely. I mean, it does come off of both players peeking in front of the Sova drone, right? Honestly, you tag the player with the Sova drone, you wallbang, and if that doesn't kill, then you swing together. But no, you saw swings in front. Yes, the drone's like, the player's probably staring at the drone, but there's a chance they're not. There's a chance they're realizing someone's going to try and swing off the drone, and that's what happens. DRM, they tack on another round, which, we were mentioning before this game, how they need to win this map if they want even a slight chance. And, well, they're providing that chance for themselves right now.
Oh, I mean, this opportunity to see Envy shine. I mean, they have Soam on the Bladestorm. I feel like this Bladestorm could be proving deadly here. Finding one onto the KJ backside. KJ picking up one more. They find the two. The trades are not to be found. And at this point, Envy goes down. They don't get a flawless. They pick one up. But at the end of the day, that's still like not enough eco. And I mean, you know, it was there. I think it was a bit of a save buy for them. So it's not the end of the world, but still, look at their economy. It's not in shambles, but it's definitely not strong.
Ironically, that was Nizar's first 2 kills of the game. But at the same time, it's not like they've been whiffing or anything. Yeah, they're up 6-3. But it's not like Nizar's been whiffing or anything.
They just haven't found the fight.
Well, it's a killjoy and you're playing B and they've never gone B. I understand that feeling way too well.
Yeah, I mean, they have. I just realized, yeah, they have been slamming A lot more. Dares? Okay. One and done kind of angle. They get out of there before they get caught off. So good that they understand the sort of angles that they're playing, the comfort levels that they can be in. Osu just kind of, you know, divided whether to control mid space or look towards B main. It's another default from Envy. And remember how the slow default played out previously? DRM Esports was able to win out. So I for some reason doubt that Envy has what it takes here.
And really it comes down to the gunfights on this site, right? 3 players on this A site for each team. And oh boy, the jump up, it's not going to be good for you. And just like that, 2 of them fall.
Is that going to third?
Yeah, that's right. And why? Because they went B side. At least that one player.
Oh, they're gonna have to run back towards B. Oh wait, Nizar, watch.
Test it again.
Huge. Get. This is gonna be the true test of possibilities here. Nizar trying to catch the timing. Spams. Doesn't find the shots. No. Doesn't find the shots. 3's all they get. And 3 last players alive for DRM as they push in here. Bomb goes down. Could be the angle of Scurry getting traded out. But the information has been gained. Dares picking it up and suddenly it's all over. Wait. Oh, I see what they're doing.
Yep.
I see what they're doing. I just don't understand why they... honestly, I feel like... what's it called? KO could have ran and got that off, but...
They messed up the dash.
They did.
Yeah,
but they got the op, right?
Yeah, they got the op, but I think that would have been the orb if that dash was full value, but instead it wasn't.
Unfortunate. It is what it is, though. Happens. 7-3, still really solid for DRM.
Yeah, it feels about time for that. Timeout. Makes sense for the side of the attackers here. Envy, they're struggling just a tad. And, I mean, they had a good streak, right? They had 3, but, again, you can't rely off the back of a Thrifty to propel you into that momentum, where you're kind of forcing your opponents to all of a sudden have no guns, right? We saw Luminescent Sapphire try the same thing, I believe it was on Lotus, and then it was the team that faced them, Tofik, that tried the same strat, and it didn't work for the first 2 teams, still not working now. So, yeah, you kind of need to find some other way to manipulate these teams into getting a different advantage that's quite literally not just them not having guns.
Yeah, I mean, you want to try, I guess, playing sort of, I mean, it's always, it feels like always on like attack is the harder part for these teams, right? The executes seem so difficult, right? And it's just a matter of like executing correctly, like maybe leaving a lurker out before they, rotating, being comfortable with that, gaining a lot of info before acting, right? Because sometimes they act off of instinct rather than full-on information, and then it costs them stuff like that. Really minor kills.
Which is fine sometimes, but it hasn't been working out for them in the way that they're hoping for. Oh boy, Dares is going to be in a rough spot. The flash eating that with the eyes, and that will be a little too bright for you to see on through. Sunden somehow doesn't go down to the Odin. That's a little bit rough, but a 2v5, now your reward, and I guess take it as you will out of the timeout. That's completely as they drew it up. Probably 100% exactly what they meant to do. Calculated, but they'll take the round win here.
Killed my bot.
Yeah, shots still out.
Spike planted.
Players still alive. DRM looking a lot rougher here. The timeout's been working for them. Envy just finding the shots they need, and they have all the players. The Hunter's Fury as well. Look at the post plant setup that they have. They just 5-manned on a site. Played a lot more coordinated for it, and it paid off. Sudden picking up another one, and I mean Nelson just getting some extra for the board before they leave out. I wouldn't be surprised if it ends 7-5 with the momentum Envy picked up.
Well, honestly, you can. Oh yeah. Well, if you're gonna save the op here, that's probably your best decision. But I was
And
gonna
they
say,
have the economy as well, so
yeah, I was gonna say you could go for some kills here. It wouldn't be the worst result to lose the op, because it is more detrimental to the opposing team. But no result found. They should still have enough to
Last
have everybody
round
with
before the
rifles.
switch.
But so, you good? Went down to the bomb there in the last few seconds. Okay. Well, at least you still have enough for a rifle.
yeah, I mean, I was gonna say they have the economy for it. Look, they could, in theory, buy up into this. Obviously, the op is an important part of their plan, but it's not like the end all be all. So I feel like, yeah, I get it. It's just stopping them from getting an ode and stopping them from carrying a rifle into this next round would have been huge. But it's well, it's all good. Dare has their Blade Storm, which, you know, similar to an op, headshots, but that's something really strong. They're trying to break that dart towards mid. They're prepared for it, looking off into the sky. Dares gets that one and done, and now they're gonna just play numbers on site. So Envy needing to get active if they want to win this out and get it to 7-5. With that opening shot and with all the ultimates sniped for DRM, I'm gonna read that it's 8-4. Like, there's no way DRM should lose this, but there is a possibility, considering that Envy could play a really gnarly post plant with that Hunter's Fury. Actually, I don't remember how much on the KJ or the KO ultimate they had, but realistically, you know, if they farm up one of those, yes, I love you, production. I was gonna say Tia's one away. Nice. I knew one of them was close. I just didn't remember which one. They grab this orb right now. Boom. Now they have something for post plant. Realistically, it's just like rock, paper, scissors. Attack KJ, gonna pop their lockdown. We see the Hunter's Fury come out. Then immediately after, if DRM pops their lockdown, then their Hunter's Fury is gonna come out. It's just gonna be trades, right? And it's just a battle of like who executes where. Spam with the Odin. Gonna open up the site.
And they got it. They stopped the Hunter's Fury.
Spike
That's gonna be enough. Yeah, the null command gets popped. It's enough to stop the Hunter's Fury. And with that being said, the numbers just aren't there from the shadows already used. And the detain coming on through to make sure that is absolutely no chance at winning this round. 8-4, like you said.
I mean, I wanted to give them an avenue, right? I wanted to let Envy like have some sort of hope. So I always play both sides as devil's advocate. But usually, one thing I will say, the first thing I say is usually the one that I believe in the most.
Well, here is my thought. I didn't realize how many ultimates were on the board, but I thought, okay, maybe if Tia pops that attacking Killjoy ultimate, right? And then you know there's going to be a Silva ultimate in response. Maybe try and pinpoint that Silva's location and try and Silva ult them back, something like that. But then you get the null command out, and then it's just a null fest. And I didn't realize that because, yeah, even if you use the From the Shadows go to B, you'd really have to be faking A at this point, and it did not seem like the positioning was available for Envy Sapphire to make that fake happen, so they will end up falling just to the ult dump. That was the main factor in that round.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, DRM get the 8th. They're looking pretty hot into this. They want to win it out so they don't have to continue playing most of it. It is the best of one, so it's not like a quick 1-2-0, but they do want to have a really solid round differential. As we mentioned previously, like the round differentials really do matter for the standings. But still, works out for them. Shots immediately coming through, 2 found for DRM. They're playing this default really well, gaining info on players and then going for the plants as they execute that default. Really shining here as now it's becoming deadly. Dares picks up Tia, and that's another on the board with the mid reload. Thankfully, they're saved 2v3, but there's low HP jump up for Dares. I did not realize Dares was 1 HP because on the bar, it kind of looks, you know, it's either they're 1 or they're full health. And no, Just one lucky shot. All they need is to find one lucky shot into hell and it'll work out. The paranoia comes on through. Should have blinded both of them. So in response, they're going to shock and shots full. Dares locks it in. And that's the 9-4. Most likely it'll be 10-4 unless we see a buy up from Envy.
Well, you remember how they started winning the previous rounds, right?
I do remember.
So, you know, it would be safe to say that it would be 10-4, yes. But the percentage chance, I feel like time and time again, we're seeing teams getting a lot more thrifties. And I think we mentioned it on broadcast the previous times that it's happened. It forces the teams to play differently, and they play a lot more diligently to the point where they're playing together, they're actually trading, and they're finding the value.
Oh. I mean, Envy, they do. It's not like it's completely over for them, but it's still hard for them to contend with DRM. Look at this play style. They're getting so much info so early into mid, into B. They're pushing all the areas that they can, and if they can't find space, like they're gonna, you know, push sudden off this angle, immediately capitalize, immediately. And even though they rotate off of it, it's gonna put a question mark into Envy. They try to reclaim that space, and DRM showing great understanding of this game because they know, all right, they're gonna try and take space here. We're gonna immediately run into mid. B should be empty and suck up that power vacuum. Take it, seize control, and win the game.
Outlaw, just like an op in this round, good for 2 kills, looking for maybe more, but the reload heard, and so will be good for 2 with the frenzy. This one right back to doable, but full shields bought up for the attacking side should be enough, as well as the lurk timing. That's what you like to see, a lot better. The shock, direct hit onto the player, but still no damage, and the spam not good. This one's actually doable. The tap on the bomb, forcing out a peek. The molly should be on the bomb, and now knowing the player is off provides a little bit of time to reposition the smoke onto the bomb. So the drop will have to come through, assuming that player is tucked in the corner. And that flash is enough to get them off the bomb, but they're not expecting it. The half comes through, and just like that, how do they get back in this game? It's an eco win.
The clutch. Hey, that clutch coming out from Envy will bring them back. The timing not as fast. Like, well, DRM, I was praising them pretty early in that game. Like how they managed to position themselves, how they managed to play off of each other, how they, you know, sucked up space within the power vacuum. It immediately falls apart as soon as it starts.
I think the Sova that was backside in Boathouse just needs to play a little bit more diligently and say, hey, I understand you're swinging me. I don't need to go for the kill. Stall for my teammate to get there. That's more important, right? Your teammate getting there is more important than getting that kill because that secures the round versus you padding your stats a little bit.
Oh, yeah. And now this walk up towards mid. I mean, DRM is on an eco. They just have some frenzies and sheriffs. So realistically, they're going to try and pack hunt as always. They have an ace split coming out here. I mean, Sudden's going to have the read onto them. I think they just barely spotted a player out. So they send the molly to stop them. Not going to, you know, deter the duelists as they push in. Someone picks up the first. Dares did get one there. And Osumania picked up another. So it's not going to be completely wasted. Nizar, this is their time to shine. They were the player who, you know, couldn't get too many picks. Ooh, not enough in the chamber. The timing's there for Nizar.
I mean, there's surely not a world where this player's, not expecting the jump up. Yeah, Nizar gets spotted out, and it's not your lucky sight. It's not B, so chances are I'm not giving you the favor of getting this, but the running gun!
Oh, I thought they were going to win that fight. I thought it was going to be over.
Not against Odin.
Honestly, I thought that there's a high chance, right? Odin, you got to really spray and control that spray, you know?
I guess. I suppose. Perchance. DRM though, looking at what is kind of it is a force up buy, right? They do have 3 light shields on the board. The operator finally getting involved. I don't think we saw one on the defense from Dares. right? Or
Mhm.
was there one or two rounds? I don't know. There was an outlaw at least. That I know.
Yes. Outlaw, very powerful shots. You know, 1 to the head, 2 to the body. They have 2 shots in the chamber, so works out. Envy at this point. Oh, Psalm's holding it. The op is missed. Psalm. Oh. That's not gonna be good because now they know the positioning of a DRM. Gets that info. We know what DRM does with info. They use it to their advantage as they push in. Obscura is found, and now that's 2 down. Sudden
down
gets
mid.
the equalizing shots, not only the trade, but also an extra, the hero play working in Envy's favor. And again, it's the defensive side that's been working for these teams. Soham peeking out with this Bladestorm, but again, they have that heavy package. If they drop the op, they might not be able to pick it back up.
Here.
There was a timing there. Decision making needs to be made, but Osumania lands the shots, the high-low, accidental or not, still good.
Spike down
Sanden
mid.
is good for at least
I have
3
the
on
spike.
this round
30
before going
seconds
down,
left.
but now leaving it just down to Tia. And
I
with-
think DRM wins this.
They should. I mean, they knew that Tia was on A. They'd scanned her out.
I think Tia just has no util is the thing, and they go B. They should go to B, and then that's going to be the big kicker here.
They're going a little bit slow, though.
10 seconds left.
Well, now they're going to get the plant down as the knife comes through, but the knife wasted on backside is somewhat important, right? Because they don't know where this player is coming from post. You can high-low on this angle from lane, which is a very strong one, by the way, but it has to be executed with pinpoint accuracy. Otherwise, you
Oh, they're
can
playing
get
together.
isolated.
Now they're playing off each other, right? Nelson is holding towards one position. They go towards another. If one dies, Osumania just needs to swing off of it and get the trade. And Nelson's not, you can't spot him out from this. Tia's playing for, I thought Tia was going to play for exits here, but no, now I'm just confused what Tia's doing.
At this point, it's lost.
One
Yeah.
enemy remaining.
What? Okay, Tia still finds the, you couldn't, I think you should have done that way earlier. What?
At this point, it was lost.
I mean, at that point, yeah, but if they had just done that earlier, then it would have been a victory, and it would have been a real shocking one, too.
Don't stress if I die.
Yeah, I feel like Tia has to make a gamble, and I guess the gamble was that they were trying to clear multiple different angles at once. I feel like the cue should have been if you see the knife back sight, right? Because you can see that on the mini map, right? Oh no, maybe they were too far away. But I was gonna say if you could see that 0 point go land back sight, you're gonna know that they were hesitant. They don't know where you are. You have the advantage. You can make a play on site as opposed to them being split off site. Those are things that you kind of need to know at split moments, but of course not knowing that null command was used or the 0 point, excuse me, will lead a completely different round.
Psalm is there. They're getting ready to slam towards A, but now with that, I think they're going to rotate off. Right, Envy has the numbers. They probably rotate because of that, 0 point and null command. They don't want to fight that.
Shutting them down.
I hate that 0 points just get thrown in that cubby like 10 times out of 10 from both sides.
But it's useful. It's
It
really
is.
good.
It's just annoying because you're like, I wonder where the 0 point's going. Right there.
Exactly where I think it is going to go. Most of the time. Oh, no, they're creeping up on here. Says, has this. Sundan could pop out here, but please don't be asleep at the wheel. That's the 0 point. They had an inkling. It gets broken. Now they know Molly in hand is going to separate these players, but they still have time to push in. Cosmic Divine, Nazar picking up Psalm as the first victim. There is a teleport available. DRM waits here. Osumania falls. Not going for it. The spike's just going to go down. Envy Sapphire waiting to regroup and play together. Nazar taking the hell position. I don't know if they're going to expect players to be down towards hell, but it doesn't matter. Sezco's is just going to be there, up and alive. 2 players fall. Tia takes the shots. Nazar is there, pops out of it. Nelson gets another. I think it's going to be kind of locked in, I would say, right? It's Sundan, the last player standing. There's so much utility on this bomb. There's not a lot of time. The question is, do these players get to survive? Nelson picking up Sundan. I think they do. Yeah, they carry over the rifles.
Actually, it's pronounced Nelson.
Okay, my bad. I mean, I kind of like some of these names. Oh, I mean, having, you know, mental disabilities and being a caster, very fun. Because I don't even, is it says cause?
I believe, well, it's CESCOS. So like says coast.
Yeah, okay. See, like even that, it's just like super confusing.
Well, that's confusing. This is very confusing. How has Soam found at least one TF3 with the Bulldog? Now it's just down to Nizar. The shots are at least there for the moment, but the reload has to come out. Not enough bullets, and Shelby Lynn.
The round just started. What happened?
The round just ended.
I looked away for like 2 seconds. What?
That's what you get for for not being
my bad.
ready.
I need
No,
to stare directly into the soul. Like,
well, I'm saying that's what you get for not being ready, both for you and for the defenses. They weren't expecting an aggressive push, and they got punished for it. I mean, it was a simple DRX play, right, or PRX play, the pinch into B main, very traditional from that defensive side comp, and just happens to cash in this round.
I guess. I did not expect it to come back, and it's immediately a victory for the defensive side, but they're tying up the score. It's going to be 11-7 on the board. Tia finding another. Envy looking rather strong here. It's gonna be Cheskos who just says cause. Oh my god, who does the dueling and who does the damage. Tia taking them down, and now it's just gonna be Nizar. If they want to try and win these fights, they take them, but they don't lock them in.
Good damage, but again, not exactly what you're hoping out of your buy round. And it looks like the buy will be managed. So this is kind of your last chance here before you're forced onto an eco, and this game is relatively tied up, right? You lose this one, you're going to lose the Sheriff round, we assume, but we also can't assume because it's been good 2 for 2 times. But still, 11-10 would be the score line, assuming that happens. And I think you have a lot of ultimates, right? If you are DRM here, use them. Alt dump, do whatever you got to do. Win this round. Get yourself another lifeline. Play for OT.
I can see that. I can totally see that. But DRM could just win this out. You know?
True.
I mean, they have 2 rounds. Match point and then they 13, you know? And they haven't just, they've been doing a good job of gaining information and pushing now, and it's not working for them because Envy is just holding angles and crossfires. Now they need to try and be more aggressive, play it out like a pug. But look at this, the Odin spray grabs 3 before they even get that bomb down. Dares needing to be the hero here, I believe. Oh, it's like a truth or a dare. Can we see them rise above, dashing back onto site? I mean, it's quite interesting. Osumania is going to be stuck down towards mid, goes for the wide peak. There's going to be a blind, missed the shots, a bit unlucky. And now Shelby Lynn, just playing with Tia here. The fights are isolated, so realistically there is a possibility for them to win, but unfortunately the solo outplays are there. Tia's going to find it, and I feel like, it's the 11-9 scoreline I was discussing, and something that I always say is like, if it's an 11-9 and the team that has 9 wins and they're been on a roll, I feel like they just win, right? It's just going to be like a dominant sweep from Envy as they bring it back.
Well, here's the other thing too. If DRM, right, they use that null command. If that null command goes on for a fraction of a second longer, that's the KO body downed on site. That means you have 2 players on site because the Jet ended up cleaning it up. That's a 3v2. That's numbers advantage for you once that Silva's, game played goes around in mid. It's a 2v2. That's a lot more even. You can do that high-low setup that worked for you before. Well, somewhat. You did fall for it, but it won you the round at least. You still got the time that you needed. But still, like, DRM, they just get really unlucky on that timing from the null command, and that's gotta sting. That's gotta hurt.
There's some other ultimates on the board this year. Up here for DRM.
Hey, look, the knife in the same spot.
Wow, who would have thought? They're usually always there, right? Why wouldn't they be? Shots coming through for Envy. And again, Envy win this. I feel like they get double digits. They can win the game. DRM has yet to find an answer against them, and I feel like you could pop some of those ultimates to really work for them. But Sunden picking up Nazar, and now it's a pretty bizarre way of saying it, but DRM, they're cooked, right? What else are you gonna say? They haven't won a round. I believe it's been 4 in a row, 5 in a row that they haven't picked up. 3. Oh my God, it's felt. I mean, I feel like because of how slow it's been, I thought it was way longer, but no, it's just been 3 rounds that they haven't been able to pick up. I feel like you take a time out because it's about to be the 4th, and there's a rotate
30
here.
seconds left.
You don't really have the time for this rotate. You have to go faster, no?
Oh, it's a save at this point.
Yeah.
broke.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
One's on 0 creds, the other on 350. And yeah, it's not gonna look good for you. You're both on light shields.
10
And what
seconds
happened again?
left.
They didn't use their ultimates. I mean, they did the previous round, but they didn't have a chance after the null command just ended up falling, and everyone else did too along with it. Honestly, this is becoming a lot more even for Envy. Like, they're waking up, whatever it is, the crossfires, the setups. They cannot seem to find a gap. DRM, they are stuck, and that's why this timeout, like you mentioned, seems to be called now.
Yeah, no, you have to time out here. What else are you gonna do? Like,
Win.
okay, yeah, ooh, so easy. Just win. Lamau, be better. Okay, no, you got to rethink some of your strategies. DRM, they're 11, a 10 at this point, right? You're in a tough spot here. They've been playing slow. You've been trying to match that vibe, and it hasn't really worked out. So now you're going for this sort of, play style, right? You're just gonna check in this out. It's not working. So how do you change it up? That's their question to the answer, Ari. It's their question, not yours. I mean, but still, if you have any thoughts, throw it in, right?
Because, like, you lose force trait, you're on an eco here. I think if you're on attack, well, I think the wrong call was just made last round, because they go for that initial pressure, they lose that fight, immediately the round's over. Right? They just commit too many bodies to these fights. They had the Killjoy lurk up mid. That found the value that they were looking for. But you have to pressure A main without committing your lives, or then your Killjoy lurk to actually claim the value. Then you could choose where to go off your space. So I think the lurk's gonna be key, right? You're not just playing a lurk for the bomb to go down and to, kill that last person that doesn't expect you to be in their spawn for some reason. No, you want to pick the right site to choose, and it seems like DRM are picking the site first, and then they're ending that site no matter what.
Can't use that.
Yeah. So I get what you mean. I feel like baiting it out a bit more, maybe a lockdown, and then you slam towards a different site. They do have, potential to get a null command here, so, and fake with it. But what do you mean 4?
There's 4A.
Yeah. Wow. And that's entirely gonna cut Tia off. Tia needing to play out a bit more, trying to catch a timing on them, but they know, okay, on the other end should be the entire roster of DRM. It's something I think you literally called, like, oh, they, the site that they go to is the site that they go to, and now it's a fake. They make some presence A, and then they immediately rotate B. Look at this mid and A pressure. Nelson playing on the other side of this wall could be huge. Dares taking the fights almost immediately, but Dares wins them out along with the Hunter's Fury. It's gonna pressure these players. Dares obviously can't, making some noise, trying to bait out Shelby. Can't be caught by their own utility. Defender lockdown being invested here. Sudden waiting on the corner, trying to catch these players. It works out though. Attack gonna take care, dismantle the rest of the rosters. Osu Mania is just just having a fun time. Considering they got the last 2 picks, they should be feeling happy about that. They lock in match point.
Yeah, for the first time we see a soft fake come out, and that's enough to make them bite. And then they use a simple execute on B with the Astro Wall, knowing the setup. Those are the things we love to see, right? Just adapting. You know what the setups are going to look like, so manipulate your opponent to give yourself an advantage. I mean, it's that simple. Obviously, it's that simple to think it, not as easy to execute it, but when you're gifted that 4 people on A, yeah, you're going to be valuable. And here now Dare's valuable with the knives, as that Blade Storm already finding one.
Oh man, the Blade Storm being active on Dares is always refreshing to watch because of how powerful it is. This time they're going to be lined up, but not found with a collat. Instead, Obscuri's going to find one, get out of dodge. DRM just vibing out here. Dares looking if they can do some damage, not clearing the corners, or at least they soft cleared it. I don't know what happened there because we saw it from Shelby's perspective, but Shelby wins the fight, so that's all I gotta know here. DRM looking like they're worse for wear. Like the soft, they didn't throw a soft fake this time. They just had one player kind of wreaking havoc towards the A site while they kind of went and moseyed on towards B. And I feel like, you know, they didn't want to fake 2 times in a row. Maybe throw a hard fake. Pop a KJ lockdown. Shelby's gonna find one more, probably get the second here as well. Third on the round, second in the fight, and that's gonna leave just one player here on the board.
30 seconds left.
Nizar's just waiting out there. They even get pinged. They're like, okay, we know where they are, more or less. Oh no, they got pinged towards catwalk, not towards mid.
No, they had saw it in the drone. So that's a wrap on that round. But yeah, this one pretty close to overtime, and honestly, probably should go to overtime just based off of how these two teams are playing, based off of the buy that we're seeing from DRM. I think DRM right now, they throw a hard fake, they win this round. Where do they need a hard fake? B. Why do I say that? Because you're not going to pull a Killjoy off of a site. That's just not going to happen. So you fake B, you grab the A rotators, bring them over to B, then you hard hit A, and that's a wrap. Once again, you claim the round for yourselves.
But that KO knife is going to be caught towards Cubby, and now DRM, they're just going to commit this. No, they're going to fake towards A?
Mm-hmm. They're not listening to me.
I am so perplexed by this call. It's basically like, I guess it's to kind of trip them up even more. But look at this. It's going to be they're immediately investing it. Honestly, if they faked towards A and then had the bomb go towards A, that would have been ingenious. Like, they fake towards A, have the bomb be on A, cut noise, hit back A. Brilliant. But no, that's not what they did. Like, that is like not the call here. It doesn't seem to work in their favor. DRM should lose this and we should go into overtime. Like, there's no recourse. The retake is going to be so strong. They have a null command and a blade storm to just absolutely decimate the site. Oh, Dare's picking up 1, 2. I mean, it's not over for DRM. The shots for Dare's bringing them back. 5 bullets, 1 more body, switching to the sidearm, trying to jump for it. Tia is going to take them down. He breaks it into even 3v3. But like I mentioned, still the null command is there, flashed out of position. Sunden is there, finds the 2 and takes us into overtime. Honestly, if you just fall back, reload, play with your team, you already have the numbers. Instead of overheating there, it would have been, you know, probably 13-11. Probably.
I mean, I understand what the play was. You're 1 HP away from hitting the Killjoy, right? You had 4 body shots or something with a Phantom. That should have been enough. You try and go for the jumping right click just to get that kill to the 2 HP. It should have been good. But a nasty shot hit by Tia keeps them in this round. Honestly, if Tia falls, that's GG. That's GG. 13-11. But no, we see an OT. And now the sides flip once again. And I think this is going to be very good. I think it's going to favor Envy Sapphire here because it gives them kind of a breath of fresh air, kind of a break from the mind games, just to be like, okay, let's sit and talk about what we're going to do. Not even this round, but the next round, because you can tell they are confident on their attack.
Confident, secure, comfy, whatever you want to call it. I mean, as long as they have it, it's what matters here. I feel like Envy Sapphire, they brought it back, and I don't think that they're going to stop anytime soon. The defense has been working, though, for these players. If DRM can win this defensive side, they kind of knew what they needed to do towards the attack, and they're going to have another attacking round with weapons to buy up, so hopefully it'll work. Dart comes in to give them info spam through, but they can't reset their spray. It's normally why you wait for the dart, then you shoot. Nizar waiting out here, trying to be a wizard here, manages to find the opening shots, gets the first 2, looking for the third, and gets it. Huge lockdown for the KJ, and it's not going to be the ultimate that's online. It's going to be the fact that that player managed to, they do pop that lockdown, ironically enough, managed to just keep that site, stay on it. I am a KJ, I am proud, B site is mine, this is mine, and that's all you got to have. That's all you got to do.
From, what was it, 2 and 7? 0-6 to now 15-20. It's pretty solid turnaround, no? I mean, Nizar at least bringing back the value, understanding how to play exactly where you're supposed to, and now finding the value for it, putting themselves once again on this match point. But for DRM, right, you have to imagine that this is not how they wanted to show it up. Sure, right, you win this game, but the round differential, it matters. Every single win, it matters. And right now, they're putting themselves in a tough spot.
Cover going out.
I mean, DRM, right? They find the opening shots for dares. They kind of play it slow. I don't know what Envy's up to here because they had solid retakes. They didn't fake. They didn't do anything too crazy. They just kind of took the site. No? DRM now. They have the numbers.
And this should be a wrap.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little anticlimactic considering that it's not the back and forth, but it has been pretty strong. Nope, Tia bringing the energy back into this, considering that they found the first. They could even things out here. Could is a big, strong word. No one's playing on site. They're playing off this utility nano swarm invested. The rest of the players off. Shots are there. Clearing out towards Wine. There's one more to tap onto the bomb. Going to draw these players. Nelson's there. Tia now in a 1v3 to try and clutch it, but I don't think it's going to happen. The crossfire set and match. Nizar is going to go 1-for-1 toe-to-toe with the KJ, locking in DRM, who, are happy to win out in the end, considering that they, had the lead for the majority of that game, but probably frustrated with the score in the round differential. That's only +2 that you're getting.
Yeah, it just seems like such a rough time. 14-12, yeah, you win. And we can't brush past that. We can't. Great job, right?
Brings them
you
up.
kept yourself alive. If you lose that, you're out. So you kept yourself alive. Props to you. You're still in this one.
But the round differential.
But
it's negative 22. I think it's now negative 20. Yep. It just got updated. Negative 20 is their round differential with 4 wins, 7 losses. Right? For Envy Sapphire, they're 5 wins, 7 losses. That is just rough. Like, I don't know what else to say. It's a really rough scoreline. They win this, it would have been, 6-7. Sorry, 6-6. I just realized how math works for a second there. It would have been 6-6. They could have been contending with mango slices and potentially hitting to that, top 6 mark. But yeah, no, it didn't work out.
Yeah, once again, seems like you got a long way to go. I mean, you're sitting in that 11 spot right now. You got one more game today, which ironically could bring you up to, well, at least the 10th spot, right behind NV Sapphire, the team that you just went on and beat. But yeah, it's still going to be a rough one. One of these two teams is going to be, a contender to make this. Not both of them. 2 of them, they can't make it. So it's really just down to one. And actually, let's see, NV Sapphire, they have, they're in the same exact boat, right? They're relying on winning all on out and then hoping that one of the teams above them, one team, can't win a map. I mean, really, just really rough situations for these teams.
Yeah, I mean, it was an intense game. Went into overtime. We're going to be going to a break. And when we come back, we're going to have True Synergy Gaming versus Lucky 7, right? So before we get to that, the reason I said that early, and then now I want to talk about this, is that this is what we were waiting for. This is going to be the number 1 seeded team, I believe, versus the number 2 seeded team. We saw Lucky 7 early on against Luminescent Sapphire when they dominated, doing such a dynamic job. So I'm excited for that matchup. And I just want to talk a little bit about that before we head off there. Ari, we talked a little bit about Lucky 7, but True Synergy Gaming, I don't know, have you seen too much about them? They used to be Thrive to Greatness, if you remember that team.
Yeah, I don't quite remember too much from them. I'm going to be honest. I don't recall. And if I do remember watching them, it was in previous series, and I have no clue if the roster is even the same.
I watched them like in the Nexus series, and they are such a dynamic team. I've also seen Lucky 7 in their core 4. Now they're playing with a new player. So it is going to be a matchup to remember. So with that, we're going to be heading to a break. Everyone stay in the chat, follow along, because this next match is going to be the showstopper, like you said, Ari, earlier in the broadcast. So with that, we'll see you guys in a bit. Cheers. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Nexus. We are here yet again, and this is the matchup that I really, really wanted to see today. It's going to be the number 1 versus the number 2 seeds going into a True Synergy Gaming versus Lucky 7. My name is Nerds. I'm joined by Ari. We're going to be the voices here today. You know what? I'm going to flip the script onto you. Ari, give me a shout.
Yeah.
Yahoo! Well, we're memery aside, and I'm literally number 1, number 2. This should be a very fun game to watch.
Keyword should. And that's not
Okay,
me
well,
trying
yeah.
to curse it. That's not me trying to curse it. I am simply relaying that our producer is a fan of Lucky 7 and wants a 13-0. So do with that info what you will.
It's really funny because we literally were talking about it, and the producer's like, yes, TSG. I was about to say something else. I was about to say their old name. TSG. They are playing with us up today. So they're like, yes, or we get to, Lucky 7's gonna have an easier one time of it. But the thing is, Lucky 7, they also are, this is their first time playing with a player. So it is kind of like, a bit interesting, but both teams are very strong. And it's gonna be back to Lotus. It's like a sandwich. We had Lotus, Ascent, Ascent, Lotus, like an Oreo, like, 2 chunks of bread right in between a nice, delicious slice of meat or whatever you want to put into your sandwich.
I would like to put in 20 RR, and I would like to take that and run with it because I need RR desperately because I lose in ranked a lot. But speaking of losing in ranked, one of those characters we're seeing time and time again. We saw it in the first map, Hovered. We got a little tease, but it didn't come out now. The hover seems to be a lot more real this time. That character's name is ISO.
ISO? I mean, random schmuck 57. They pop a neon out as well. They have a fun time with it.
I think they honestly run 4 duelists and a clove. ISO, neon, yep.
Clove. Wrong order, but same thought process.
Yep.
Oh.
GG. 13-0.
13-0. No, it's going to be a tech issue, actually. We did get to see part of their comp, though. So, I mean, they're hovering the ISO. They're thinking about it. So, there's some sort of thought process there, hopefully, right? Abuse the meta before it gets nerfed. I think that's like the big strategy for some of these teams.
We are getting word that there is going to be a restart, so it's going to be just a few minutes, but that just means you guys get to listen to us yap even more, which, lucky for you, is the whole reason why you're here, right? Not the gameplay or anything.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, the social vote is out. I don't know why I'm too surprised. What?
Our producer's the only one that voted.
Everybody chat, go vote right now. Go vote right now.
Vote against Lucky 7 just to
mess with the production.
Producer.
I mean, hey, perfect segue. Thank you to the Nexus production staff here today. Thank you to all the partners that make Nexus run, I guess. I don't know. What is it? Rogue? But yeah, I mean, everybody go vote for who you think is going to win. Because currently it's stacked. I was going to say, interesting. Lucky 7 is... my original thought was, wow, Lucky 7, they got 100% of the vote. It's like, Nexus is kind of affiliated with them. So the producer, might have had a point in that, sharing it with his friends. But no, it's literally because they only voted.
Well, I mean, the standings, they don't lie. You mentioned it, I mentioned it. This is the game to watch, and although the 1 and 2 seeds have flipped throughout the day, it has still been these 2 teams at the top non-stop. Both of these teams have secured themselves into the next stage. So regardless, they are in. The question is, if you take the W here, right, you're both coming out to 12 games, and then the next team behind you guys, well, the winner of this game is at 36, and that would mean that Eternal Focus Crimson or Luminescent Sapphire have to win their next 3 games, or 3 out of 4 of the games, to even tie you for that bye, meaning you're pretty much guaranteed a bye if you win this game.
Yeah. So realistically, the winner of this game is gonna like, because even if Lucky Seven, like, oh, the round differential, they're gonna have a game differential. And one of those is they have a squeaky clean record for both teams. One of them will be going down, right? I have a feeling. I just have this inclination based off of. I gotta feel it. That tonight's gonna be a good night. Where
For
True
Valorant.
Synergy Gaming, I feel like True Synergy Gaming has the edge, considering that they like I've seen them play a bit. They have a really solid roster. Lucky Seven, right? They're playing with a new player. I mean, True Synergy's playing with a sub. I don't know why. I kind of want to give it to True Synergy, but maybe it's just because I want to spite the producer. But I have a feeling like, True Synergy should have some coordination within their roster. I feel like if they brought up their sub up to speed throughout the past 3 games, it'll be really good. Whereas Lucky Seven, they'll be playing off of, set strategies and whatnot. And on Lotus, it feels like, if you are a team that has good adaptations and you can really mold to what's going on, you can really quickly change your plan, you can win out.
Yeah, I think that also, if you want a statistic, right? ISO in pro play has had, up until today, a 100% win rate. MIBR managed to mess that up somehow. And to that, I mean, I don't know. I didn't watch the game because I was here. But for those of you that don't know, MIBR lost, and they were running ISO. Is that a telling for MIBR? Anyway, that's a different story. That's tier 1. But point is, we saw the hover. We saw True Synergy Gaming hovering that ISO, and I feel like I have to give it to them just on that fact alone. I mean, we haven't seen this character really lose any sort of value.
Yeah. I mean, I like Lotus just like anyone else, but a part of me wishes that we played on like Haven or something.
Oh, sure.
The way to points, ties, win totals. Okay, I'm looking at what Maxim just put into production. You read that out?
Yep. Well, here's my thought. I find it interesting, personally, that the head-to-head is not a factor in here.
What do you mean the head-to-head?
Let's say you're on the same number of points, right? Let's say, I mean, we're looking at the leaderboard right now. Eternal Focus Crimson and Luminescent Sapphire. Let's say they both end up, I don't know, 9 and 5. If they both lose out, they would both still be on 27 points. But they've played each other at some point. So the winner of that game isn't actually the one that's guaranteed the higher seed. It's just up to the round differential. So that's why I find it interesting that head-to-head isn't a factor.
Makes sense. I mean, I don't know. I kind of get why it makes like the seeding a little bit easier, I would say. But because then at that point, it's like you gotta take into head-to-head. Like if you take head-to-heads into account, it becomes a little bit more subjective. Because then teams are like, well, I improved. I did so well on these other ones throughout the season. So it's like it gives them a little boost back in. I can see where it comes through. Head-to-heads would be 5th, is what we're told. Then rounds 1. Oh. Okay. We're getting even more info. Getting even more It's like we're interviewing the admin staff while yapping to ourselves.
Well, a little bit of an info tidbit for you, by the way. We just got all of the players in the lobby, which means we should be hopping in momentarily. And the wait is over. The agent select is out, and the ISO still being hovered. The T's still there.
I mean, I think we expected the ISO. I mean, obviously, very powerful agent. At some point, I expected it to come out. Obviously, a team that stays winning, True Synergy Gaming, they were going to play the meta as much as they can. For the side of Lucky Seven, this is not a surprising comp. They ran this map previously. They're running the same comp that they ran last time. We see a Clove. They are one of my favorite new agents. Gecko, Clove, ISO, very classic stuff. KJ to lock things down. You can argue that the smokes are worse for the side of True Synergy, but as long as they're like, slamming or rotating off, as Clove stays alive in that, once they rotate off and Clove dies near that bomb, that's all that really matters, right?
Well, I mean, here's the other thought too, right? Like, typically you trade pieces of utility on your way in, right? Whether it's a Sky Dog or say something like a Phoenix Ultimate, that it's, it's once in a few rounds, but still a consistent way to get a trade. Now you have a Clove that can come back from the dead. You have a wingman that you can trade in terms of, plant defusal, things like that. And you have an infinite amount of ISO shields. So, in theory, you should win every single brawl when it comes to it. You should. Well, given circumstances in util and things like that. But still, like, this kind of is the test of the matchup of which is going to be the more prominent meta now. Is it going to be run it down, playful retake with ISO and hope that you're going to land your shots? Or is it pick the right site and you're rewarded for making the correct decisions with the default comp?
I feel like ISO's too strong still. That's my read. Like, I know you're like rewarded for picking the right comp, but like I think ISO's really strong. And on a team as strong as True Synergy Gaming, I'm gonna give it to them at least for the start until we get proven wrong, right? Because it's like, ISO's in the meta, they haven't been changed. The patch hasn't really changed them too much. So, what now? Okay, nothing's changed. All right, well, they can still do what they need to do. On the flip side, right? We did see Lucky 7 winning out very dominantly. So I can see where you're what you're trying to like get the angle at. But I think once we get in the server, we'll truly know, right? Because we haven't seen them play ISO on this patch yet.
True. And I mean, we haven't seen ISO at all today. And actually, we mentioned that we were in a previous cast, Nerds and myself, and we were actually mentioning that we got a patch mid-game, mid-BO3. There was a patch mid-game.
I swear I thought it would be the ISO. I was like, oh my god, they're finally fixing it.
So, I mean, that ability to adapt on the fly sometimes for these teams can really come down to that split second where what happened? What changed with the game? Oh boy, we got to figure it out. That's what it seems like Lucky 7 is going to have to do here with ISO.
Yeah. Oh, I love the little sky thing. That's adorable. Classic tether nade combo down towards A to get early control, but it's just going to be KJ, just Killjoy waiting out here. Considering that True Synergy Gaming is also on the offensive, it makes sense that they're going to go for that ISO at the start as well. It's going to be a lot more potent. Oh, did they break the shield already? No, they didn't. Shield's still up, pushing through. There's that double tap deactivated. And again, all you need is an assist, and that's crazy to me. Right, that a double tap immediately gets spotted, and all you got to do is go play, aim labs in the middle of your Valorant match. Zinx on the back line catches one more. Numbers in Lucky 7's favor as True Synergy is down. I would say like 2 players, right? ISO they have the overshield, but it's gonna be timed out. 10 HP. They're a whiff away from death, and now True Synergy, as they hold this site, I think they're going to be immediately caught off guard. No, Sin peeking in together, thankfully taking down Ralph before it gets a little too hairy, a little too dicey. Remaining. Low HP on these players. They get spammed through. Prestige is going to stick it, and that retakes Immaculates, right? We did get to see ISO, do some damage, but not as, intense as I expected it to be. I'm not going to lie.
Well, you want to know why? I'll give you a reason why. Lucky 7, they waited it out. They simply knew the timing, and they were like, okay, when's that ISO shield go down? Now. Okay, now we can go. And for the side of True Synergy Gaming, right, you need to take that time to get more aggressive, at least get the info, because you can afford to lose your shield, right? You're going to lose it anyway. It's just like a Clove where you have to get the kill. There's a timer on it. And although you might think, well, just because the timer runs out doesn't mean you're going to die or anything. Well, it means that you lose all available util and you're kind of just a player with a walking gun and now 1 HP.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of, I guess that's the way Lucky 7 plays this. They know the timing on it. It's about, I think it's 20 seconds, unless they nerfed it back down to 12. I know that's the patch change. So I don't know if it was that patch specifically, but it's 20 seconds. You have 45 for that bomb, so you could gain other information before you go in and take it. 45 seconds, you have 25 more, and you need about 7 for the defuse. It's a thin margin, but it's better than running into ISO, who will dominate the rest of your team. True Synergy already down with a player. Trey down in the toilet bowl. Wait to spot these guys out. Just gonna spray them through. 1, 2, 3. Buckle my shoe. Switch to a gun. Switch to a classic. Get the 4-piece. Easy stuff for Trey. Wow, he really made it look that easy. I just realized.
Yeah, I mean, especially breaking the dizzy and still landing the shots. Like, that deserves another look because you're just playing in an off angle, right? You're playing for the entry. You're not holding the aggressive angle where you can get beat by Sheriff. You're just waiting for them to push into you, and then you land the shots. You have a little bit of a teammate there for the support who I believe did go down for you. But hey, for the 4K, all for the clip for you. And now you have yourself a lot closer to this Viper's pit, which, you know, is important when you're just starting off in the game. It can be an early win condition.
For True Synergy, it's their buy-up. I'm going to be trying to fight this off. Lucky 7. Look at how they're taking this space. And this is my one criticism that we saw in the previous game from Luminescent. They at least are doing it together. Lunatic taking down Zinx, but Prestige is there immediately with a trade, right? So they're taking space. They're taking it all together. Seaside's been grabbed and snatched up, but Lucky 7, they're okay with that. Spike goes down. All right, that's fine. They're going to be, you know, regrouping and re-hitting. They're still waiting for this double tap to lose its potency.
But that's why you see True Synergy Gaming now not making the same mistake, right? They're extending out.
They're taking a lot of space. They're doing what they can. Alto picking up the first on the Noe. There's a shot onto random Shamwak, who goes down yet again. Lucky 7 with Prestige. Last player standing pops, but they do provide a really solid fight. True Synergy losing 3 players.
Yeah, a solid bonus, but still not the, you know, not the end result that you would hope for. Although for Lucky 7, right, Zinx has a showstopper. That's why you saw them, I believe, force up last round or invest a little bit more heavier into that, because you're going to see probably the same game plan from Lucky 7 time and time again here. Aggress off the round start. Hope that it's not the end of the ISO. If you see the ISO, absolutely run the frick away, because you're not winning that fight. The showstopper is going to do nothing against that. And then you try and have your killjoy, you know, stall it out, use the nano swarms, try and break that, especially with the turret.
Speaking of the turret, it's going to be positioned towards B. Gives them a little bit of security. True Synergy has an ultimate that I'm keeping my eye on. Actually, both teams do. The showstopper can be really potent to, you know, stop a push or for a retake for Lucky 7. But I'm more interested in how they pop this Thrash. It's going to be very useful for clearing and taking space on site. So expect them to kind of pop it early, right? Give them some info. Yeah, there it is. Appearing on our screens. We see it come through. Smitty taking the angle off of it. True Synergy now really showing in full force what their comp is meant to do. Take a lot of space, get that plant, and I would even argue take some more. They should try and take stairs here, try and take CT, everything that they can. Smoke goes down to kind of, you know, give Prestige some room to work with. Schmuck and Zinx picking up some pieces. Zinx gets another with the showstopper, and at this point it's just gonna be Lucky 7 coming through here, winning things out. I mean, True Synergy, I feel like I said it right at the kind of in the beginning of the commentary, like maybe they take more space because that's what their comp is good at, just taking a lot of space and pressuring Lucky 7 away.
Yeah, although the patch hasn't came in yet for that double tap to get the time increased on down or decreased on down, that's how math works. You still need to be aggressive. You still need to take space. It's just the amount of space that you can take will be decreased, meaning not only do you have to kind of shift walk and be aggressive now, you have to full on run. They're going to know you're pushing up. But so what? You're an ISO. You can win a 50-50. It becomes a 75-25. And that's what's so powerful. That's what they need to take advantage of. And right now, it seems like they're just not finding the value, whether the shots aren't landing or whether they're just not making the right decision.
Yeah, I mean, all in all, True Synergy, right? I kind of favored them just because of the comp, and I guess it's like a little bit of a caster curse. I'll call it out, right? At least in this early part of the game. Hopefully, we can bestow them with a blessing here. Noe just jiggling off this angle. I mean, it's still pretty, I believe, even by between these teams, so it's not the end of the world. What? Altone going down to just the nano swarm. Lunatic picking up one on Prestige, so they have at least something to contend with. Hopefully if they can pick up that weapon, it'll be pretty good for them. They're on Sheriff, so Head Tab City is going to be, you know, the destination of our game here. Roth picking up the 2, and that's what I was saying. They should be on some even footing here. Not dead yet. Is not active. Noe picking up the 3, switching to the classic to find the 4th.
Ironically, that round is actually still doable for True Synergy Gaming. If those 2 kills that come through with the Sheriff don't go from Wraith, they instead go to random Schmuck, Then you get the double tap back, you get a gun, you can just aggro challenge everything and everyone's scared, and that's, you know, a completely
Spooky.
different story. Yeah, it's so many different ways that you have to play that there. But still now 4-1 to score.
Placing
Lucky
sentry.
7 on top, have an up. And against an ISO that's a little bit questionable, but, you know, we'll let them cook and see what they do with it. Find the openers, that's what.
Yeah, and find the start, find a bit more, get even more, and be greedy, right? Greed is the way to win. Information gained for the side of True Synergy and for Lucky 7 as True Synergy pushes away. Random Schmuck has just not been online here. I'm gonna call it out. Right, they popped the double tap, and it feels like the timings on it have been rather rough because they're not finding much. And Lucky 7's not giving up anything because they know, okay, well, we're playing up against an ISO. And I guess that's the true sort of counter. Showstopper invested into one, random picking up another. The snowball effect of that ultimate to be invested. Lunatic picking up some more, and they could probably even score all tone, getting another as well. No way, last player standing on the board. I mean, at this point, True Synergy starting to actually go into full force. Sure, I was criticizing the ISO, but it still works out. No way, going for the save with the op. Solid play considering that they, you know, probably don't want to take the fights. True Synergy does. Looking for exits is going to be costly for you.
Yeah, the showstopper entry is just so powerful. And honestly, Lucky 7, they make a mistake there, right? They get that opener over towards that C site, and then the Killjoy is playing back, right? That C part, that first initial contact, beautiful. But then, right, when you force them into that B site, you just kind of have to hold back. You don't necessarily need to challenge. If you are going to challenge, make sure you're in that toilet bowl area because that's the value you've been getting. The showstopper, yeah, if you shoot it down there, someone else can then trade you. But playing off site, being aware of the ultimates that your opponent has, kind of important, and maybe then you don't get caught out as many times as you would find yourself in a more even round.
Lucky 7 with this ultimate gonna contend a lot of that C space. They invest 2 players here. It's interesting Zinx being, you know, with that, you know, this Viper. I'm surprised about that. I don't know if this was on purpose or not, but Zinx is gonna be taking it to the 1v1 and they win the fight as well. I think that was on purpose. I was gonna say, why are they here? Right? Because that ISO ultimate. And if that's the case, that's mega smart. If it's just luck, then I mean, hey, it works out for Lucky 7, but I think that they have kind of like a read on that. I would assume so. And I feel like Lucky 7 has been countering ISO so well. And they haven't, you know, for True Synergy Gaming, on the flip side, they've been trying to activate ISO. You know what? Try and activate your other players. Right? If ISO isn't working, you have Clove. They have a Not Dead Yet available. That ultimate is so strong for entry. Just full W key, not W key, but like just enter, right? Just take the fight. Roth on the other end, they're most likely going down. Half HP. There's the Not Dead Yet not being invested. They kind of, you know this round is lost. Lunatic being flicked on by Prestige, by the way. Just whoop, and ready. I said this game was gonna be interesting, but I did not expect it to be Lucky 7 just, you know, flick it on players like that.
I mean, that is a beautiful few shots from Prestige and a great job, I guess, from True Synergy Gaming to not use the Not Dead Yet, because otherwise that'd just be another ult orb fed on over, another kill, just padding the stats of Lucky 7. And, I mean, you gotta respect them, right? You have to respect the fact that Lucky 7 are absolutely countering ISO. They're countering the top. They know what they have to do, and they're executing it pretty well. It's just about, you know, can you keep the consistency up? Ooh, that's a fun audio bug.
Yeah, I mean, the pressure's there. True Synergy, they need to pick things up here. If they can't, it's gonna be over. Shots for both found. There's Roth going down and the Not Dead Yet active. They're just running away. Look at this. Lucky 7's like, nope, get out of there. We have the player numbers advantage here. No reason to take the fights. I mean, not even, you know, peeking out. Prestige was thinking about it. No, not gonna do it. Roth goes down and now boom, 5v3. True Synergy has nothing to play off of except for the lockdown, and that lockdown can be easily read into a lockdown versus a lockdown. One lockdown gets planted, another one gets planted for the retake.
Oh boy, the
Oh.
shots just traded
One
on
for one?
out. Yeah, but it doesn't help the attackers here, right? Sure, you have some clove smokes to make do, but the swing on out, and the judge is good. Trey, while lagging around, still
No
manages to get the kill through the snake bite.
Is
through
Trey
the smokes.
lagging?
Well, it seemed like it a little bit, but either way, it was either that or a little bit shaky. Either way, they're still going to get the kills and still going to get the round win. And I have to touch on one very, very crucial point. ISO, Clove, they are great at promoting aggression. But there's one big factor that actually counters them completely. It's the fact that they're both countered by the same thing, backing up, right? If you wait out that Clove ultimate, if you wait out that double tap, you're gonna have the same value. They're both gonna expire, and that's 2 free walking alt orbs.
I just also learned something. Apparently, the social vote ended when the map picks ended, which is kind of goofy. But yeah, I mean, I think Lucky 7 just knows how to play around this comp, and I thought that I didn't know if they would. I didn't know if they had that read, and that's why I favored. Because if they didn't have that read, it's over. If they had a small read, True Synergy Gaming could still beat them out. But they had a full read for this. It was like, we just need to get out of here. And that's something that, unfortunately, you don't see out of a lot of tier 3 teams, tier 2 teams. They just are, gun-ho. That's not how you play it. Especially in tier 3, you got to be more diligent. And that's why I think now I'm going to be, flipping my script just like, it says there, 0-100. I'm on Lucky 7's side. I feel like even after this timeout, they kind of know what they need to do. True Synergy is going to clean up some of their comms. They're probably going to play slower. All things considered, right? They push in, they lose. They're going to play slower this time.
Yeah. I mean, if you're a producer here, though, you're probably saying, hey, actually, you know what? No, keep staying on the same side. I want every superstition I could possibly have to make sure Lucky 7 continue to do this streak. And, well, this timeout is going to be an attempt at stopping that momentum already, though. The shots found and Prestige has to get on out. The numbers disadvantage now in their favor. And sure, Dizzy's going to scan you out, but the Nightfall is actually big, preventing any sort of push to come on through. And it's going to counteract. This is going to counteract the Killjoy.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's like an ult for ult situation. There's also a From the Shadows to be
You're detained.
invested here. You are detained? They are.
The wrong team. On time.
The spike's going to go down. They planted into enemy territory. Zinx wrapping around, not wanting to take the fight, waiting for the regroup, but the pressure's still there. Random schmuck going to go for that plant. Is that going to give him their ultimate? It's not. And the kill contract not active just yet, but the fade util going to give Zinx the opening shots. And unfortunately, because of that TP getting caught, you have to wait for the Omen to run all the way back towards C. And that's going to chunk into your time. The 1-for-1 is there. Altone getting another prestige, evens the score. It's a 1v1. Lucky 7 looking to continue. 8 bullets left. 1 player to find. Altone catches the timing. They're looking in the wrong directions. Prestige to find Altone. And there's enough time to get that defuse. It's going to be the 7th round found for Lucky 7. And I think I said it previously. You hit 7 first. It's a 7-2 scoreline. It's exactly what we saw in the previous game. And they won that one. So I'm going to say it this time. Lucky 7 hits 7 and they win the game. If they hit 7 first, they win the game. A little superstitious moment.
I mean, granted, it was, what, 7-1 the last time, I believe?
No, it was 7-2, I believe.
Was
I'm
it
pretty sure it
7-2?
was 7-2. Yeah, I think it was literally. I don't remember. You know what? I'm going to say I don't remember because I'm not 1000% sure. Vindication from the production room. It's an wait, the same with the 2-1-2-1-3? Because that would be crazy. I don't know about I don't know about that. I don't know about that one either, but I know it was 7-2. I had the feeling, I had the inkling. Zinx has it. Oh, Zinx has the showstopper. It's over. Oh, the double tap!
So, by the way,
Balanced character.
You hate to see it, but also welcome to Valorant. Trey.
I love to see it.
Oh my gosh, just got domed through the smoke. Guardian is not known for the one to spam through smokes, but still capable here and now in the way. Just gonna opt to get one and get on out. It's the smart play. You have the lockdown, and the bomb's not down yet. This might be a little bit too early for the lockdown because this is gonna give time for the attackers to pivot if they so choose. but also maybe this is what they want, right? Maybe they don't want them to plant on C. But here's the content. Zinx actually finding the first kill on that C site and realizing everybody is gone. Except they're not. They're still just waiting in the smoke, waiting for you to donate over the gun. And now No Way has the timing.
30 seconds left. Spike down.
Bomb on the floor,
C.
too.
They donated a gun, a bomb, a little bit extra, you know, some sugar and some cream for the pie. And
One
for
enemy
the
remaining.
dream, I mean, Prestige gonna grab Lunatic as well. Lucky 7, I think at this point, just cementing themselves here in this game that you probably don't want to play Lotus against this team. You just don't.
I'm not gonna lie, I was gonna flame them for that lockdown, but it worked. I mean, yeah, I guess.
I mean, I can see what you meant, but like if it worked, right?
Right. Ideally, you get your bomb down, and you play for mount. That's the only option you have. Why? Because of the fact you don't have any space anywhere else. If you had a lurk up B main, A main, different story. But because there's all 4 of you pushed into C main, you've made your commit, it's full, there's everyone there. You have to 4-man commit through the door to B, or you have to commit to the plant, and they just chose neither.
Yeah, we're gonna do neither of those. We're gonna do our own thing. We're quirky like that.
And you can lose, too.
I love losing. It's my favorite part. But that's not obviously the case. You know, Lucky 7 have been dominant in this game. Noe picking one up with the KJ turret. I don't know how. Lunatic does even the numbers out, though.
Spike
Zinx
planted.
rotating back to try and wrap around. Could catch a timing. Doesn't find much. Knowing catching these players off guard. Random schmuck
player
finally
standing.
activated. Not only with the double tap, but also to, you know, not be baited out. Zinx finds one. That's going to be, it's over, right? It's over. Zinx wins this fight. Okay, cool beans. Like, Zinx wins. Gecko should be there, like, immediately to take the shot.
Yeah. I mean, there's always a case of the whiffage, but there, seem pretty clean. Yeah, the ultimate,
round
also
in
a
the
nice
half.
usage too, not only because you're guaranteeing yourself the win, but even if that's a 1v1 situation, you're at 1 HP. Yeah, you have a shield, but you're at 40 HP. So the fact that you go back into the ultimate provides you more HP. You get back to 150, and granted, you still lost the fight, but I guess whatever gets you the round at the end of the day, you're looking at 8-3, possibly 8-4. But again, remember, this is 8 rounds on defense on Lotus.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's attack-sided map, right? So realistically, Lucky 7 should prevail into this. You would hope so, but it just depends on how it goes. Sometimes it goes, sometimes it doesn't. Lunatic on the other end of this, sent to the asylum as fast as they fall, and now True Synergy Gaming, not only do they have a showstopper, but they have a lack of numbers here to play off of it. Hopefully, they can even the score. Random schmuck has that double tap already invested. And I think, like, as soon as, you know, Lucky 7 realizes, they just pull back. There's that showstopper, as well as the ISO utility. It's going to be read into and found. Smirty's there. Roth finds another. Yeah, they're here to win. True Synergy. I mean, I expected that Lucky 7 would come together before, you know, retaking, but they played on site and they just whiffed some of their shots. The Thrash invested to clear stairs out. Prestige going to be spotted and taken by Roth. Noe's out there. I mean, Roth, you know, doing a lot of damage for the team and playing off of that ISO util is going to carry True Synergy this 4th round.
I don't like that play, Lucky 7. I hate to break it to you, but if you're pushing into an ISO with a shield, a showstopper, and an entire team on a flood retake, yeah, I would group up and retake the site there. But it's all good, right? You can have a mistake, you can bring it to 8-4, and now you get to, you know, not have to worry too much about your mistake because you get to flip the sides, right? Just focus on winning pistol, focus on the half in front of you. And above all, make sure you don't troll on attack, because this is Lotus after all.
Just cool down. We're good enough to win.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, Lucky 7 is just going to try to pull away from this. Mound control gained by Synergy, and by the time and the looks of it, Trey is going to go down really quickly, but not before, you know, dealing some damage to True Synergy Gaming. The big thing is, though, ISO has their shield. ISO has their shield, and they're going to be fully retaking on this site. Plant goes down. More players found. Random Schmuck with a second, and this is where ISO truly is going to be activated here, as Schmuck now has another shield. Roth peeks off with it. They're just going to be running it in and running it down. Boom. Such a balanced character. You get to use it again, right? They have the shield once more, even though Prestige takes the fight. The score is still there, and True Synergy Gaming wins out. I mean, we promised a really intense game between the two of these teams, and we do get to see it.
I mean, it's just, at that point, right, it gave them 2 1v4s. For Lucky 7, they took 2 1v4s. If you're the Viper there, I understand that you're kind of pinched. Running all the way back to C is not really an option. But maybe delay as long as possible, maybe tuck towards B. But that one's not the big mistake. The big mistake, I think personally, is on Zinx there, right? You're playing Mound. I understand you're playing for, you know, the bomb. Unfortunately, there should have been a comm coming out saying, hey, there's 4 on flank. That's everyone else. The Killjoy we know is on C. You should choose to either fight that Killjoy or group up and then choose to fight Mound.
Yeah. I mean, this is definitely going to be 8-6, right? With how aggressive True Synergy just played, and with the weapons advantage that they have, either they retake or they just hold off into Mound control. It's nothing too crazy. Random Schmuck already has things activated. Paint Shell gonna pop. Honestly, Paint Shell and Tether are really huge for these players. Unfortunately, Roth and Alltone are active. As fast as it starts, the 8-6 happens.
As soon as you think raid boss down, we got the ISO guys, then there's Rafe, and well, that's just a spray down. Yep, another round goes the way of True Synergy Gaming. But right, this is the round we kind of expect to see the swings start to happen, if any. It's about landing your shots this time, choosing the right site if you're Lucky 7. Lucky 7, I think defaulting is the play, right? Notice where that aggression's going, because there's kind of just playing in a death ball, right? It's been a 4-man flank out of A. It's been a 4-man hold out of A. And now, well, they don't know this quite yet, but it's a 4-man hold on C.
Yeah, they hold it together, hold it up, see what they can do here. I mean, I would hope Lucky 7 could win this. It's attack sided by the structure of it. It's defense sided by the play of it. If you just play retake, honestly, it usually works. If you just get aggressive, get the early picks and have the numbers, it works. True Synergy knows this. So, you know, they're stacking, playing strong, weak, and they're fully retaking towards A. Lucky 7 just needs to figure it out and get, you know, speed up their pacing here if they want to win.
Against ISO, the 4-1's really, really valuable because you can interrupt that retake. And right now, Lunatic just opting to what seems like get offsite, which is the correct play. Sure, you might be able to get 1, which on a bonus isn't terrible, but still regrouping with the rest of your team is ideal. And Prestige, yeah, you don't want to push that, homie, because you got to play back. You got to play crossfires with your team. As you hear that, ISO, Zinx will be the first one to claim a kill. The Judge, though, lands right back on a Zinx, and Trey somehow lands a snakebite kill, and it's down just to that raid boss.
No, was it? It was not with a tether. 9-6 on the board. Nice. For Lucky 7, who now have the players. They have the weapons. They have a little bit of that, you know, momentum, hopefully, from picking up that round. It was 4 in a row won. They broke it. If you include the second half, it was 4 in a row. That's why I call it 4. But other than that, 9-6. True Synergy Gaming, they have their ultimate as well. Kill contract could be very potent.
Honestly, I think we see it off rip. After A spaces, you know, made contact and such like that. If they find no resistance, no reason to use it. But if they find any sort of resistance, I definitely think you're popping it there. Oh boy, Zinx. You're gonna be in for a rough one.
Oh, Alltone. Gonna grab the first. The plant's gonna go down really fast as the engagement goes out. Noe trying to defend their teammate. Trey gets traded, and now the 1v1 is lost. Prestige, the last player on it, just gonna try and keep it alive. The bomb already starting on the defuse. Prestige can't really do much in this except for get some picks. The defense is gonna win. They're just gonna run away. Fair enough.
KD players, am I right?
If I may.
No, but you're losing. Like, what do you mean? You can't win this.
I mean, true, but I do want to point out Prestige is 18-7, which is absolutely ridiculous. I mean, the fact that you've managed to be 18-7 is like, well, every time that I die, we lose the round. So maybe if I don't die, we'll win. Well, Prestige is going to have their hands full having the only rifle in this next round, so good luck with that. I mean, if you want your chance to prove it, now is the time.
Yeah.
Bot coming back.
I mean, also they have the Not Dead Yet. They have the Thrash available. True Synergy Gaming could realistically clobber something together here for this next buy round. This one should be pretty set in stone, right? This should be an 8-9. I'm talking about the next one after this, considering, you know, post-eco. Realistically, you know, they win this. I mean, honestly, they could invest the Thrash into it. I would hope they don't, considering that they have the better weaponry. Roth going down super early is going to be a cause for alarm, though, because Not Dead Yet has to be invested. The position from Prestige gets read into. They have to use the ultimate. Smarty taking out another one. I mean, honestly, I'm surprised. Like, they forced it out of them almost. But a showstopper is gained in return, and the 9th round is looking ever so close.
As a caster, as an IGL, as a coach, you know, one of the things that I always say is, what is your win condition? If I'm coaching and telling someone, you know, you got to have some sort of win condition when you're hitting a site. The plan was to hit C. Okay, great. What are you going to do after that? Is your win condition to play from mound? Or to do that? And instead, it seemed like there wasn't one there. You just kind of took the brawl towards waterfall, and that was that.
It's interesting because the production just said this is Lucky 7's first ever timeout.
Yeah, Lucky 7 doesn't believe in timeouts. That's what Mitch has told me, our producer, and that's what I've seen just from observing Lucky 7. And remember, you nerds as well were angry at Lucky 7 in different leagues for not taking timeouts.
Oh my god, yes. I was like so frustrated at them because they could have just won rounds so much faster if they did, but you know, I guess that's just their play styles. Like, we don't need a timeout. We better. Like, we swing. Me Lucky 7, me attack. Me Lucky 7, me defend, right? Like, I don't mean specifically for this game, I just mean in general.
Well, seems to have stumbled just for a moment. I mean, I do think they would have had a solid chance going into this next round. They had the right idea towards last round. It just wasn't, you know, in the ideal scenario. You had sheriffs, and there were a little bit of whiff shots here and there. Still brought it back very, very close. Just not close enough. Not enough to bring it over the line. But still, this round will tell us if we have that 10-8 scoreline or if we will see a tie game.
I mean, I think we're going to see a tie game. All things considered, they have a showstopper. They have to take site. On the flip side, they do have good retakes in the showstopper and Nightfall. But other than that, I mean, this timeout needs, like, if this timeout doesn't give them the 10th round, I feel like True Synergy can win, like, the entire series. But again, it's just a matter of if they can get the round, which I think True Synergy, you know, they also took this timeout to kind of see what was going to happen, you know, how it's going to kind of coordinate out and how it's going to play out for this match or for this specific round.
Trey, lucky that they didn't push into that A site, because had they, you would have found yourself in a 4v1. But now, seems like Lucky 7 have chose the right site this time. We've seen this round before. It happened, right, the exact same way. Instead of a 4-person flank, though, it's a 4-player through waterfall, although we're deciding to split it up a little bit because the showstopper's available, and, well, Rift will fall down for the first player, but still, plenty of players behind them, plenty of lives still to expend, and the showstopper gets taken out mid-air. Wingman on the bomb, so it is doable, but now taken away, and now just a 2v1. It is doable, but it cannot be done if you're all on the ground, and dead. Prestige once again to be the final kill claimer. It's 10-8, Lucky 7.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised, but also I'm just happy because Lucky 7 played off of their ultimates really well. If they Oh man, my brain is cooked right now. I'm a little tired, but if they didn't, I could see it going the other way. The timeout really paying dividends. They probably talked about how they were going to execute the fade and the showstopper going
Wouldn't
into
it be
it.
funny? Wouldn't it be funny if the timeout was actually just one of the players needing to use the bathroom and that they didn't actually talk about anything?
I mean, that would be goofy.
I
That
feel
would
like
be really
that's a lucky
funny.
7 thing.
That is a lucky 7 thing, but also, I mean, at that point, right, it also gives them a momentum reset. They're going to take weight now on the angle. They have the players surrounding this site. True Synergy looking to take the fight, but not going to be winning it just yet, considering there's a Viper's Pit planted here.
You should run.
And the bomb goes down as well. Well, not only is 1, but 2. Sin going down, and so is Zinx. The players falling as fast as they come through, spamming through the smoke. It works. The attacker lockdown gonna try and persuade these players from not being here, but it doesn't work. No way. Catches 2, both players. They're just running, trying to catch them out from guard. No way, finding 1, but doesn't know where the last is. It's still gonna buy them precious time. Random schmuck only with a Spectre. They push into the smoke and catch. No way off guard.
Oh, shit.
They have to get on that bomb. The defuse comes through. 9-10 on the board as they start, heating up the scoreline.
Yeah, very, very close round. And honestly, I think that is very doable for Lucky 7. I think they just didn't play off their Viper's Pit how they should have. They kind of spammed through. And honestly, at first glance, I thought, yeah, I would too. But then I realized, wait a minute, you're just going to get spammed on back. And you're funneled into one avenue, which doesn't end well for you. So that one, maybe a lapse of judgment. Either way, there was, I believe, the player Trey getting caught out too. They were playing in an off angle. It was a great spot, just didn't hold the right angle at the right moment. And now you do see this 10-9 scoreline. This one, it's close. It really is, and that's back and forth. I would trust this one to be tied at some point.
Yeah, I honestly won't be surprised if out of all the games that go into overtime, this one doesn't go into overtime. That would be shocking to me. Some ults to note, the kill contract, the lockdown up for True Synergy if they decide to invest into it. Lucky 7 on the flip side, they have, not too much to work with. Zinx being stopped. They also have a forced buy here, so as they enter the site, as they take this space, the fight should go into favor. I mean, I don't know. I can't really say it's going to go in one team's favor. This is a nice ultimate. They're going to wrap around, kind of applying pressure. Roth has the read, though, considering that lockdown was invested. They knew players were going to be there. 4 players detained? Did they expect them to... What? Did they expect Omen to win? Altone's diffusing. Everyone's down. What, Lucky 7? Why? What's going on here? Hi, I'm on a producer. Hey,
yeah,
what?
I was about to do the same thing.
Producer.
He said, "Don't talk to me right now."
Oh my goodness! What did they? The timing was just so off on that, and it's gonna be an even scoreline. I did not expect it to be 10-10 like that, especially because they forced up.
Yeah. 3 sheriffs, 4 sheriffs, 1 stinger. I mean, we've seen a Thrifty, I think, in every single game so far. Except this one. And I guess if this is the round to happen, so be it, but...
It could be possible.
Party.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Unlikely, though. First one going down. Sin's just waiting on the other side. Takes down the Roomba, but... they don't take down a player. Trey also forcing up here with a, not a sheriff, but a stinger instead. So they're going to have at least, somewhat of a buy here. The thing I'm really interested in, right, is how are they going to play off this? They do have some potential to play together as they push into areas. It's just a matter of how it works. It doesn't. Zinx going to find the refrag, though, before the double tap can be active. Going away from the fight. They can't even recover a weapon. I think Lucky 7 just have to see how much damage they can do to the bottom line economy for True Synergy Gaming. But considering that, I believe, it's 2 in a row, 1 from True Synergy, Lucky 7, they need this next round. If not, I mean, if they can't get it back down to 11-11, I feel like True Synergy could take this away. Altone picking up prestige, and now it's just going to be poor Zinx. 1v4.
Here's my call.
Oh!
There's one. Can I get a 2?
Can I get a 2?
There.
Don't die to the turret. I
seconds
mean,
left.
honestly, try and pick up maybe a weapon of some kind here near the end.
That works
Oh.
too. That
I
works too.
guess. Interesting. So they can, get the loss bonus. Understandable, and not give them the alt orb.
Yeah.
That, I gotta say, that's the first time I've seen a strategy like that. And it's not as troll as I thought it would be.
Yeah.
3 in a row picked up, by the way, for True Synergy.
Oh, 3 in a row. Yeah. That's kind of gonna hurt. I mean, Lucky 7. Maybe the timeout, it hurt them. Maybe they shouldn't have taken it. Well,
No. It
They won a round.
definitely gave them. They
won a
literally
round.
won the next round. It's just the timeout works for both teams, right? It goes in either direction.
by the way,
find
B
you.
has been open
Still waiting.
every single round, and Lucky 7 have not yet tried to lurk up it.
That's interesting to me. Like, I don't know. They just haven't lurked too much. I don't. Maybe that's a thing to change, right?
They've lurked A, but never B.
Interesting. I always like lurking into mid every now and then, just to like throw the teams off, especially if you have a sentinel that can do it. Like you set up the Viper smokes, then you immediately run out there. And Lucky 7 is the team playing with the Viper smoke. You set it up towards A, your team's going C. You, as Viper, can very easily head into B.
The hard fake is red. There's 3 players that are rotating on over, and that's because you haven't applied any pressure on B, unfortunately. Like, if you break this turret,
Placing
right,
swamp
because
grenade.
you're thinking, okay, we have that B space, we have our turret there.
Placing
Yes,
alarm
but
bot
so do
crack.
they. They're doing the exact same plan and not having to worry because you haven't yet broken that turret a single time all tone,
thrash?
but the thrash doesn't connect.
It doesn't find anyone. So now, I mean, okay, it's good for the side of Lucky 7. Roth picking up
down
1.
A.
Same thing with Random Schmuck.
Last
Match
player
point looking
standing.
rather
30
close here.
seconds left.
Prestige, the only player alive and the only player to find True Synergy Gaming. I mean, TSG, they're looking like they're going to find the 12th, and Roth gets the 3. Match point attained, and there's no second timeout that they can burn here for the
Match
side of
point.
Lucky 7.
Second time out, and really just down to your last life with the buy not being super stellar. Prestige has done a great job, but I guess either you need to do more, the whole team needs to do more. I don't know, but maybe utilize B. Just utilize B. Please. That's my only thought.
And that B space could be very crucial for them, but yet again, we see a kind of lurk a little bit towards A. They don't really go towards that B. I mean, I honestly, if I was calling this as a coach, I'd be like, Viper, now immediately run B, right? Because again, it's literally what I said. You have the wall towards A, that applies pressure just by being there. It's the Viper meta. It's always been like that, but they don't respect it. So you try and push into B a little bit more. They just open the door. So that's a little bit of pressure towards B, but you don't have a player there. So the turret's still up. So for the side of True Synergy, they know that turret's online. So they're comfortable just staying on their sites.
Mm-hmm. Same exact reasoning and thought process as last game, and the same plan that has been working the past 4, what is it? How many rounds in 4 rounds in a row? Yeah. So it's just something that Lucky 7
You
need to
should
deviate
run.
from, and unfortunately it's not working. Like, yeah, you can clear out the site, but this Killjoy is not gonna give you...
Speaking of Killjoy, that lockdown being burned. It's a fake, because this time it's a bit more of a committed
30
fake,
seconds
so it
left.
could work way better. All things considered, yeah, no, he's making some noise here.
Good.
And they're immediately, look at this, how much util's being burned. Trey gets a free plant on site. Lucky 7 could have the read here. Don't get me wrong. I mean, it wasn't as, as ideal as the casters, the all omnipotent puppet masters could see, but we do still get to see some sort of change for the side of Lucky 7. Not only did they commit a harder fake, kind of conditioning them from the previous sort of fake that they had, but also they get this plant down. The issue is the post-plant position. They planted for main, and they're just going to play for main and breakable. If they can get red into, it'll be really rough. Lunatic already picking up Sin from the back line and just going to run away. They're going to use Wingman to get the plants. So much invested, a vulnerable even gained, but now they need to take the fights. They're not shooting their shots. Trey getting picked off, and that's the
it.
defuse. The retakes there. I mean, that was my concern. They're playing from main, and don't get me wrong, it's a solid strategy. But the issue is the moment it's broken and the moment they just flood into site, they know, okay, all right, we took some space here. We have double duelists. You guys aren't there. Immediately shoot for main. And especially with Lunatic kind of wrapping from the back and confirming that suspicion, like, okay, they are playing main. Boom, immediately it worked. You gotta have some people main, some people on site, and fall back into main more than just, okay, we're gonna all hold up in main and tree.
I mean, if you go into breakable, you extend into breakable, right? You break that door. You still need to break the turret. You still need to break the turret because that threatens to push up to heaven, right? You saw the Killjoy still still walking around there like that pressure was going to be there, and still manages to get away with the pick and run away, meaning that's another win condition that you've now lost, and then the spam just isn't good. So yeah, that's,
I mean,
yeah, you deserve.
I will say that was a very tight scoreline. 13-10
True.
is not something to, to sneeze at, to soften the blow for Lucky 7, considering that we kind of, going hard because they did lose those multiple rounds near the end. They had a really solid first half, and they did win on this map previously against a very high rated team. And I think that it was just a bit unlucky, right? The timing there. True Synergy Gaming managed to kind of, come together a bit more. It's just unfortunate that the scoreline was 8-4 at the half, right? With Lucky 7 being up. That's the biggest kind of like real unfortunate moment in the storyline for Lucky 7.
Yeah, and with that, that is the final game. If we want to take a peek at the leaderboard, right? True Synergy Gaming have secured their spot in the finals day. Lucky 7, I believe, have as well. But now just that extra edge to True Synergy Gaming. And yeah, I mean, this day, it tells a lot. But of course, tomorrow's will as well. So make sure to stick around tomorrow. That is going to do it for us today. Big shout out to production. And thanks for being here casting with me, nerds.
Always much love as always. I'm actually going to be on tomorrow. So I'll be checking out the games and, be able to hear my silly, goofy voice yet again.
Well, that's a wrap. Let's call it a day. True Synergy Gaming taking the battle of the bests. And for Nexus Rivals Series 3, it's still going, but you're going to have to wait until tomorrow. We will see you guys then. Peace out.